and you are now streaming live on YouTube.
Great, thank you. At 5:01, we'll call the December 1st Quality of Life Committee meeting to order, and if we could get a roll call, please.
Councillor Cassett,
Here.
Councillor Garcia,
Present.
Councillor Villarreal,
Present.
Councillor Rivera,
Here.
and Madam Chair O'Meara Worth.
I'm here.
We have a quorum.
Terrific. Are there changes to the agenda from staff? I believe we need to pull item J. Am I correct about that? It's not ready.
Correct. Item J needs to come off the agenda.
Okay, any other changes to the agenda? And if not, is there a motion?
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
Can we get a roll call on approval of the agenda?
Can you
as
let us
amended?
know, Madam Chair, can you let us know what item was taken
Yeah.
off the agenda?
Sure, sorry. Consideration of a contract approval for YouthWorks, a renewal contract for workforce development services for the Economic Development Department.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, that was a good point. Sorry about that. Can we get a roll call on the motion?
Councillor Villarreal,
Yes,
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
and Madam Chair O'Meara Worth.
Yes,
Motion passes.
terrific. Next is approval of the consent agenda. Are there items the committee would like to hear? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Big agenda tonight, so sorry, I got to pull a couple items. Item
worries.
C as in cat, E as in echo, F as in Frank, Q as in queen, R as in rabbit, V as in Victor, Z as in zebra, and A, B.
Okay, other items the committee would like to hear? Councilwoman Villarreal.
thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see. For clarification, I'd like to pull our item. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Well, we already have E. Okay, that's good. The items that I've co-sponsored in finance are not, my name's not on them. Just want to make that known. And hold on, I'm scrolling through here.
No worries.
Did we get the item for, sorry, I'm trying to find it here. For the policy analyst position?
I would think we would have.
Hold on, okay. Got it. Okay, I think we're good. I just don't want to happen what on Monday, what happened and we pulled the wrong items and had staff wait. So, okay, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Councillor Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've asked several times to be a co-sponsor on item D. D is in David, and still don't see myself on there. And then Councillor Garcia pulled what I wanted, but I'll just reiterate F, R, and Z.
F, R, and Z. Okay.
Thank you.
I just found one. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay.
It's the double A, which was the Las Estrellas property.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's the only thing you pulled. Other stuff I know you're interested in, but that's the only one you pulled, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Councillor Garcia, did you have something else to pull? Okay.
Sorry, that was an old hand.
Okay, terrific. With that, can we get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Madam Chair, do you mind
I'm
just
sorry.
reading really fast so I can double check and make sure?
Yes. So let's see if I can do these in. No, I think we can do that. All right, here. So C, E, F, Q, R, V, Z, double A, B is what I have.
Great. Move to approve as amended.
So
Second,
second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
yes.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Terrific. Now, if I'm reading this correctly, I see no minutes to approve. Am I correct?
That is correct. They were not uploaded. onto the
Okay.
agenda.
Just wanted to make sure that my Prime Gov is what you all have too. Okay, so with that, we will dive into the items that were pulled from consent. And I believe the first item was item C, and that is request for approval of amendment number 2 to service contract 200263 with facility build to increase compensation in the amount of $115,776.39, including NMGRT for design build services for the design and construction of a new restroom facility that will be located at the Water Street parking lot. Sam Burnett, I believe, is here. There you are, Sam. Thank you. With our facilities, he's our facilities division director. And Councilor Garcia, I believe you pulled this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sam. Just got a quick question for you, or hopefully it'll be a quick one. I couldn't quickly locate the total cost now of this facility with this additional 100,000 plus. What will that bring the total to this project?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Counselor. The new total will now be $1,105,276.39.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate the update.
My pleasure.
No other questions for me, Madam Chair. With that, motion to
Great. And we have Director Wheeler. Director Wheeler, did you want to add something to that? You're muted.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. I just wanted to make a point of order that we do need motions for each of the sub items on this. And I was, since it was pulled from consent, we'll have to be thorough about that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for flagging that. So, and do we need to do them each separately, I guess? So we'll do C1 and then C2?
I think that's correct. Does that get it, Sam? Are those both of the motions? Let's see, I'm looking.
Madam Chair, Director Wheeler, we have, we'll have C1, C2, and C3.
Yeah, the main
Yeah.
motion.
Yep.
I don't have a 3.
I know there isn't a 3. It's the main motion on the caption. Councilor Rivera has his hand up. He might want to help. Sorry.
All right, Councilor Rivera.
No, I don't want to. I mean, I do want to help, but I think it should be C1 and C2. I think it's clear, but I just wanted to ask Sam real quick. Facilities Division Director, is that a new title? Were you promoted?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, yes, about 7 months ago, I took over as the Facilities Division Director.
Didn't realize that. Just saw it now, I think, when the chair brought it up. So congratulations. I wish I would have known about it much sooner. I would have congratulated you 7 months ago, probably with a personal phone call, but well.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So
Okay,
Madam
so-
Chair, I do think there are 3 motions. The main motion, that's the caption on the item, then
Okay.
number 1 and number 2.
There we go.
Okay, so Councilor Garcia, do you want to?
Sure. Approve the caption. Make a motion to approve the caption.
Okay, so that motion would be then to request the approval of amendment number 2 to service contract 200263 with Facility Build to increase compensation in the amount of $115,776.39, including GRT, for design build services for the design and construction of a new restroom facility that will be located at the Water Street parking lot. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there a discussion? And if not, can we call the roll?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, can we get a motion to approve the request for the approval of a bar in the amount of $350,000 to transfer capital impact fees into WIP construction for the Water Street restroom project as approved at the CIAC on 11/17/2020, item 6B.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion? Councilor Rivera, will you take your hand down? It's confusing me. Thank you. All right, can we get a roll call on this second motion?
Before I get the roll call, who was the second?
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Yes.
thank you. Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, one more motion. A request for the approval of a bar in the amount of $125,770 to transfer 0.5% of GRT revenues into the WIP construction of the Water Street restroom project. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a
Second.
Okay, so a motion from Councilwoman Villarreal, a second from Councilor Cassett. Can we get, is there discussion? And if not, a roll call.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Madam Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so with that, we are done with that item and we will now move to item E, which is a resolution updating the terms of a resolution number 2021-17 to extend the Community Health and Safety Task Force's term through the end of calendar year 2022. And I believe Councilor Garcia, you pulled this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the sponsors of this resolution for bringing this forward. I was able to watch a little bit of the Finance Committee meeting on Monday night, and I was a bit concerned with some of the conversation that happened in the sense that there was some viewpoints that there wasn't necessarily guidance in the resolution in regards to what the duties of the task force were, or even what the outcomes, the deliverables were supposed to be. And upon reading the resolution, from what I read, there's 8 action items as we established in the resolution. So with that, I just don't understand where folks were coming from in that sense. And I think we referenced chart a couple of times in regards to, well, we did it this way for chart. It was a little more open-ended in the sense that way there was that flexibility. And I think that was the intention with this resolution as well. Because it clearly states, there's assessments that are to be conducted by the committee, and overall reports be given. So I'm just perplexed by that rationale and that thinking. I guess I do have some questions for the sponsors in regards to, I think it is unfortunate that the way we are piecemealing the potential funding of this task force. As it was mentioned on Monday, we front loaded chart with a bunch of money and then to got the work done, whereas that wasn't the case with this resolution. I mean, with this task force. And I think, woulda, coulda, shoulda, I think, if we woulda, we should have front loaded this with the appropriate resources as well. This is a huge lift. Re-examining the way we police is not something that we can get done ad hoc with an ad hoc task force. This is something that's going to take time, just like CHART. And I think that's where it's critical that we provide the appropriate resources to do so. So with that, I did, and maybe I guess ask some clarification from the sponsors. I did get an email from a constituent saying there hundreds of thousands of dollars were being requested for this one. I didn't think that was the case. I think there was roughly $80,000 for the facilitators to help continue the process. So maybe Councilwoman Bria Real or Councilor Rivera can help to clarify that. And I know we're not approving the money, but ultimately that would come down to approving the resources. Should we approve the extension? So with that, just that way we can get our thoughts in motion in regards to how much is an adequate amount of resources to put behind this task force.
You want me to go?
Yeah, yes, please.
Colleague Rivera?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilor Garcia. So when we last discussed this in council at the governing body meeting, we were asked to give a ballpark of the financial needs that we foresee in order to be successful, since we haven't had that this whole year. We've had it piecemeal, and we really haven't had the full extent of the budget support that we need. So we actually did the research around community engagement. We did what it would look like, given that we don't have a staff person in-house to be able to support the work at the moment. The fact that we need more project management support, not just facilitation. We came up with a ballpark budget based on what you all requested. And that was what was that's what's in the packet now. That's, to us, that's like the Cadillac version. I would love for all of that to be funded. Our conversation in finance was confusing because I think we started getting into the minutia of the budget, and we wanted to provide that as context. But what happened is it started getting into that detail versus the fact that we're moving forward, trying to extend our work, and we do need financial support to be able to make it successful. So in the budget ballpark, the $85,000 was to look at a project management role for us, not just facilitation, but somebody to actually guide us through the process, to be able to compile data, to be able to assist us with the working groups, to be able to prepare presentations. So all of that was the high end of what we were talking about, Cadillac 85,000. The community outreach and engagement plan, we did extensive research on what that would look like. UNM has the capability to do that. We asked them, like, what are the things that you've done in the past that have helped you be able to get community input on a specific topic? And what are the different components that are possible to make that happen? And what is the high end, and what are the kind of price tags for each of them? 120,000 is what is the realistic amount of money for this to be done accurately with all aspects. Now, we're not saying that all those need to be included. I would personally like it to happen, and I know task force members would too. If we take out pieces, obviously the amount goes down, but there's certain things that we will not get from that community outreach plan. So that is the amount, the 85,000 and the 120,000. Again, that has to go through a budget process that we established when we talked about it in finance. And so I don't know, I'll stop there and see if my colleague has any other information to add.
No, I think Councilwoman Villarreal covered it all. We do want to reach all aspects of people in our community that don't typically respond to surveys. And in this case, when you're dealing with issues with police or public safety in general, people are usually afraid to respond or to comment because they don't want their name associated with certain comments. So talking with UNM about anonymity and how to maintain that with certain groups, I think was key as well. So they have the experience needed to make sure that this is done and done properly. So again, 120 for the ability to reach all kinds of people, all very different kinds of people. And, if we want to cut that back, then some people will be left out or some groups will be left out. So we'd really like to reach everybody, but again, it's up to the governing body.
Thank you, councilors. I appreciate the clarification, and I do agree with you. I think when there's critical issues such as this, it is going to cost a financial investment. And I think at the end of the day, it is worth it when you're talking about public safety. Again, I hate to refer this back to CHART, but it's the only thing that we've recently come across our paths that's similar in that sense. With CHART, we allocated roughly $300,000, and it's all outsourced to external facilitators. Whereas with this process, again, I'm concerned that we're now trying to pull in full-time staff. I think, why is it, if the goose is good, it's good for the gander. I think if we're contracting out for CHART, there shouldn't be a problem to contract out for the task force. We can't pick and choose the way we try to facilitate these conversations and these processes. With that, I think it's clear as day that there are parameters and performance measurements, so to speak. If you refer to the resolution in section 2A through H, has all those deliverables. That's there. It's in black and white, and it gives the guidance. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there more discussion? Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get some clarity based on our finance meeting, which I felt like we went down rabbit holes that weren't appropriate for the moment. And we need clarity for the task force and the co-chairs to kind of adequately move forward, because we keep talking about a work plan, which we have an internal loose work plan. And I say loose because things have changed. We've had facilitation changes. We've had a plan to move forward and had to stop and start. And that is frustrating. And so here we are. We did outline a lot of the aspects of our work in our presentation, and I think that was helpful. But what I'm trying to get at is we can provide a more formal work plan. And so I guess the chair and I, co-chair and I, would like to know more about where you're seeing. I mean, we know what we need to put in the work plan because it's our guiding direction, right? And it goes hand in hand with the budget, right? So what I want to clarify is we keep talking about scope of work. That work plan has the plans that we have. To me, it's more like a framework that provides a timeline for the next year that we want to do our work. And when we talk about deliverables, our deliverable is really getting the findings, reporting on the findings and recommendations at the end of the process. That is actually the deliverable. The work plan is for us internally. If you want to see our work plan, we can clarify that so that it justifies the need for budget support. But I'd like to ask my colleagues more about that, because next week we're going to hear this again as a group and have discussions. And obviously the main crux of our work is to extend the work of the Health and Safety Task Force. And with that, that's the procedural part, right? And we made amendments for finance, which we're fine with having open meetings for our regular meetings. We're fine with providing quarterly reports. But what we want to understand is for the council meeting, for the governing body meeting next week, would it be helpful to see our work plan draft so that you can understand where we're seeing and moving forward? But because to hear from some of my colleagues on in the finance and say, we don't know what you're doing. It feels like you're undermining our work when we've been working really hard, and we've outlined a lot of the things that we've been working on in that presentation update. And if you want us to put that in an actual document again versus in a PowerPoint, we're happy to do that and give you kind of the work plan framework, and what the subcommittees are working on and how we're moving forward and some of our priorities and that timeline that we're projecting. Again, all of this is also contingent, and the caveat is COVID. COVID has affected our process tremendously, whether you want to accept it or not. It's like constant COVID related speed bumps along the way. And I know that we're probably going to continue that even with the community engagement piece, because people aren't going to want to come to meetings in person. We're going to have to do a lot of things virtually. It's going to be challenging. And again, our task force is going to have to continue working together virtually, which is challenging. But I think now we've built trust with each other and feel good about where we're at, and we're okay with having open meetings. But I just wanted to get clarity on that work plan. Sorry. Sorry, there's like not my car out there, but a lot of noise in the background. But if my colleagues, especially the ones that were in finance, can clarify that, that would help Co-Chair Rivera and I.
Okay.
And task force members.
We have a motion and a second to extend the task force. I think that's what we're talking about right now. Is there other discussion? Councilwoman Cassett.
Yeah, I'll briefly respond. And I did mention this to Council Rivera in a phone conversation today that I at this moment, I don't think I could give you an answer that's going to be more helpful to you. I would need to chew on that a little bit more. But as I said in finance, like what I'd really like to do is just make sure that we extend this so that the task force can really continue that important work. And then that's something that I'm more than happy to have some more conversations with. But at this point, I just really want to make sure that we extend the task force and then think about these things. Councilor Garcia, brought up kind of a great point of like, this is really important work. It's not something that can just be done in an ad hoc task force. And I think that there's a lot of these, how do we continue to move forward with this work that I just want to have a broader conversation on. So I'm happy to have that conversation, and I'm not really prepared to give you adequate, helpful comments right now. But I'll think on it, and I'm more than happy to have those conversations.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And I think we need more clarity on what would be helpful for our meeting on Wednesday, because I don't want it to go the way Finance Committee went. If we have a governing body meeting and you all are seeking more information and we're not clear about what you need from us, even though we've given a presentation, we've given a budget that's not for approval, but just to see what's needed for our work. And we have our internal work plan that we've been moving on forward with fits and starts and stops, but it's still important to not have our colleagues say, we don't know what you've been doing. It's offensive to some of our members, all of our members and us. And I want to have a clarity in that piece. And if you're not willing to say it now to us, I would appreciate you can communicate with us about it so that we know if there's additional information, a work plan draft that would help for the governing body meeting next week.
Councilor Rivera, you waved your hand, I believe.
Yeah, so we just want to know, would a work plan be beneficial to extending this and presented at or included in the packet at governing body, or is that more appropriate to have once we start talking about budget?
My sense of that is that right now what's in front of us is extending the task force timeline, and that when you come forward with the necessary documents to appropriate more money, the work plan can be talked about then, and hopefully, it will have been shaped more. So,
yeah, and as Councilwoman Cassett said, I'd be happy to meet with either one of you, all of you, to go over that draft and see if there's more detail needed or if you want to see changes. But we can do that before the money discussion starts.
Okay. Other discussion? If not, can we get a roll call?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Council Garcia,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, with that, we are on to item F. Hold on while I find item F. A resolution adopting a new version of the governing body procedural rules. And I believe we have Jesse Guillen here and Aaron McSherry and 2 of the 3 co-sponsors that sit on this committee. And I believe Councilor Garcia, you pulled this.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I did. I just had a couple questions from our work session that wasn't able to ask. One of the questions I had was more so in regards to, and I'm trying to pull it up. I'm sorry, it's my computer's slow right at the moment, but it was more so, I guess, in regards to conversation by the governing body, and that the chair, which would be the mayor, would then determine the ability to stop conversation. And I think that to me is in some essence concerning, because if you look back at even from this century, there wasn't somebody that was a trained litigator, so to speak, that held the position of mayor. And so there's nobody that is carries that expertise behind them. And I think that could, one, ultimately put the city in jeopardy if conversation is stopped when it shouldn't be. I want to make sure that we're not in violation of any potential First Amendment right violations, because then it becomes, well, it's my opinion versus somebody else's opinion. And that shouldn't be the stop for conversation in that sense. So if I can get one of the sponsors to speak to that in regards to what was the rationale behind that. I can see somebody being put in check, so to speak, to say, hey, look, what you're saying is out of line, but not the stopping of conversation.
I'm sorry, Counselor, I don't know what you're referring to. Could you give us a page and line or paragraph or?
Sure. Is there any of my other colleagues that want to speak to this? I've got to look at the rules to find that specific portion.
I don't know that we did that. Off the top of my head, while you're looking, I would say that we did discuss, and I've been waiting for a time to bring this up. Robert's rules allows for the setting of what I'd call debate parameters, which would be to allow every speaker so many minutes for rebuttal. We didn't put anything like that in here. But it is sort of an interesting question about, could you frame the debate on a particular item and give sort of time limits for speakers and have everybody have so many minutes to ask questions or make statements and then come back around and give them a chance for rebuttals or that kind of thing. We didn't put that in there. I am sort of curious what people think about it, but Councilor Cassett may have found your section. Is that right?
I did.
Okay.
It's item 5, section A, number 2.
Do you know what page?
This is page 9. The top of the page under number 2, the last sentence is the presiding officer may prohibit any person who is acting improperly from continuing to speak. And I think that's, again, that's where it can come to opinion on the matter in regards to what is improper. And what one person might feel is proper, another might feel is improper. And I don't know, again, and maybe this is a question for the city attorney, if this would then potentially lead to a violation of First Amendment rights.
I'm still not seeing where you are. You're page 9.
Page 10 of the packet.
Packet 9 of the rules proposed.
And it's B2?
It's number 2. It's A2.
It's under decorum.
Oh, okay.
And I think there's a similar process as well for when the public speaks as well.
I mean-
and Chairwoman Romero Worth, I'm happy to speak to this.
Great. City Attorney McSherry.
Thank you, Chairwoman Romero Worth, Councilor Garcia. I think there is similar language in the existing rules. If there's not, there already is in Robert's rules. And it does say if someone's acting improperly. So the idea is the chairperson needs that power in order to conduct a reasonable hearing, because there always is the potential that someone will not follow the rules of decorum or will not follow the rules of speaking. The chair needs that power. If it were used improperly, if that power were wielded improperly, there certainly could be a First Amendment issue, but that would be if essentially that rule wasn't followed. So if the rule is followed, it's to allow First Amendment rights to be recognized, because it could be someone who's talking over everyone else, right? So that would be them violating the rules. So you need to have the power to stop that type of a situation from happening in order for everyone else's rights to be recognized. So that's the meaning, that's the purpose of that rule, is to make sure that the meeting proceeds in an orderly fashion. Certainly if it was abused, then that could be a problem.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. So, I mean, I don't recall it being in our current rules, but if I do, if it's in Robert's rules, then I'd have to find that as well. I just don't want us to be in a position where, you know, whomever is the presiding officer makes that decision at the spur of the moment. And sometimes for example, all the facts aren't there and they have to make a determination, and it could be the wrong one. And I just don't want to put the city in jeopardy in that sense. So with that, I guess I'll look into this one a little more. I still, you know, have much concern around the 72-hour window for sponsorship, and every justification I've heard thus far is not sufficient. There should be no reason that governing body member can add their name as a sponsor. I mean, and I guess this is a question for Jesse or maybe for Aaron. Why do we need a sponsor's name to be listed on the agenda if, for example, there are not proposed amendments as part of agenda that happen during a meeting? We still accept those amendments, and they weren't part of a formal agenda. So I'm wondering why we can't accept a sponsor at the moment, similar to when we have on-the-fly amendments during meetings.
I can address that, Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia. As we addressed in finance, which I know you weren't there, the main issue is that if you only add yourself as a co-sponsor at the time of adoption, it's really not going to show up anywhere in the record on any of the agendas, any of the packet material. If it's a resolution, it'll show up on the final resolution that's signed, but it's not going to show up on any historical material. So the idea is more for your sake than anyone else, is to ensure that that is in the record and it shows up there. It's also a workload staffing issue for my office, and ensuring that we get it, you know, done in time and gives us time to complete all of that.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. And you confirmed kind of what my suspicions were, that it still should, their names still show up on the resolution. And I think if it's a staffing issue, then let's fix that. Let's get you the support needed and not take away some of the authority from the city council. Because as it's been mentioned by myself and by some of my colleagues, there are instances where a proposal is in front of us and I'm not comfortable with being a sponsor until maybe particular amendments are adopted into it. And that's our right. That we can't be taking that authority away from us. So I think, Jesse, that the fix is how do we get you the support to allow us to continue to sponsor up to the moment of it being heard. And if that means hiring staff, let's do it. We're on a hiring splurge right now by looking at this agenda. Let's get you the actual support and not take away authority from the city council. It's very concerning because some of what I see in these proposed rules is we're giving our authority away. And is that ultimately what we want to do? And I'm not in agreement with that. So I guess just a heads up, I will be proposing an amendment to withdraw this clause. I don't see a need for it. I see a better solution to the process without having to give up our rights as city councilors. I still, again, with there are, in regards to the noticing of amendments. And I think this is where we spoke, and I want to go back to what we spoke during the working body meeting. Having amendments, can you refresh my memory? It has to be approved in council, I mean, in the committees to be in front of council, the actual governing body?
So right now, so we'll take the task force as an example. At the finance committee meeting, I offered 2 amendments, which the finance committee accepted for the task force resolution. I did not offer them tonight. And because of the way our process works now, they don't really attach to the bill until we get to governing body. What this process would allow is for linear movement of a bill, and the amendments would attach or detach as it moved. So for instance, if we were linear with the task force bill, my amendments would already be on the bill and they would be presented to the Quality of Life Committee. That bill would be presented as having been amended in the Finance Committee. This is the way the state legislature works. If somebody didn't like those amendments, they could vote at Quality of Life to take them off. And then, similar to the state legislature, when you get to the governing body meeting, somebody could offer to put them back on again or put them on in a different way to maybe satisfy some concerns. And so just like at the state legislature, you add amendments as it travels through the committee. You can also add floor amendments at final passage. But the point being that when the bill is amended, that amendment sticks to the bill. So right now, the amendments I offered on the task force aren't part of the bill until they're adopted at governing body.
Okay, thank you. And that's what I thought, because at the committee level, there's a lot of that power. Let me remind folks, we're the city council, we're the governing body, we're not the state legislature. Completely different process, completely different rule set, completely different governing bodies and structure. You've got the executive, which has no hand in the legislative process, except for proposing introduction. That's not the same route here we have with our governing body, where the executive is an actual governing body member. He can introduce legislation. He's not a part of the committee process. So the point I'm trying to make is we're apples and oranges. Don't compare us to the state legislature. My deep concern here is now you're taking the authority away from, or the approval authority, and you're minimizing it to only 3 folks when it's 5 currently, the way the process currently works. Then you have to have the 5 then to what? Untangle it? How would that work? So if there was a committee that approved an amendment, then it's on part of the package. How do we untangle that at governing body? What is the process for that?
I'm not sure, Counselor, what you mean by untangle, but I assume you mean it gets to governing body and you don't like one of the amendments that were made at the committee level. You would
Correct.
offer an amendment to change the language either back to the way it was originally or some other form. So I'm
Does
not,
that take
nobody's
3
taking,
votes, or
like, I'm
does
sorry,
that take 3 votes or 5 votes?
at governing body, it takes 5.
So again, why are we at one part of the process allowing for 3 votes? Another part of the process, 5.
So let me give you an
That-
example. When we had the chart amendments, you'll remember that we had lots of different counselors offering lots of different amendments. Some were adopted in committees, some weren't adopted in committees. Some weren't offered, some were offered. And when we got to governing body, we had, you'll remember that packet was really hard to figure out where we were. What was the shape of the bill when it arrived at the governing body? None of the amendments attached to the bill, so none of them were there. We had to go through them all and decide which ones we wanted and which ones we didn't. So all this does is it pushes the work of shaping the legislation at the committee level. Doesn't mean it can't continue to be shaped on final passage at governing body. It just means that I think the public actually has a better sense of where the bill stands, what things were adopted, what things were taken off, where are the sticking points. You might have one committee that says, we like that amendment, and the other committee says, nope, we don't like that amendment. And then we've got to debate that at governing body and say, all right, is there another way to do it? Or are the votes there to do it one way or the other, take it off or put it on, or do it some other way? So this is not taking any power away. It's trying to help better shape the legislation so that the public actually has a better idea of what condition it's in. What do they support it or do they not support it based on the changes that have been made?
Madam Chair,
Okay,
can I
so-
respond as well to that question about the
Sure.
amendments and kind of this idea of 3 individuals? That's how our structure works right now to begin with passage of anything. There is the ability for, I've brought this up numerous times in this conversation. There are 3 of us who sit on finance and quality of life who have stopped at least 2 items that I can think of off the top of my head from making it to the governing body because it did not pass a committee. So, so that already exists in our committee structure, that it only takes 3 to pass anything, and then it could be denied at governing body when the whole group is there. But also there's this aspect that there are amendments that we all agree on and we're all okay with, and then we have to take time at the governing body to reattach them. And so this would allow, if there are easy amendments that we're like, hey, we all agree with these, then we don't have to deal with them at governing body. We can spend our time really discussing some of the other sticking points that allows us to move forward. And again, at governing body, you can absolutely remove that amendment. It is not, just because it's been stuck in committee does not mean that there is not the capability to remove it there. And then the last point I'll make is that the other part of this amendment structure that we really discussed was this idea of being able to hold a bill at committee. And the purpose of this is that if we want to really focus on amending a bill, that a committee can hold it, really think about it, really discuss the amendments, have time to really draft a substantial amendment and think about it, and then discuss it at the committee level and fix it at the committee level if it is something that's a holding problem. So,
And get more information if it's
Right.
required in order to know what to do.
right. So if it's an amendment that we're asking, does this change the process? Does this change the fiscal impact? That a committee can actually hold it to really have that discussion. And I think that change when discussing about the amendment process is a key part of that discussion.
But you can only hold it for one meeting. So it's not to gum up the works and prevent things from coming forward. The committee could only hold it until its next meeting. Then they'd have to resolve whatever the issues are and vote it up or down and move it along. Right now, I would also just echo that if a bill does not, and we've been through this a couple times, if a bill is not, if there isn't a motion to approve a bill at any of the committees, let's say it goes to all 3 of our standing committees, if none of the committees vote to approve the bill, it doesn't go to governing body. And that's a current rule.
I appreciate the feedback. It's still not meeting my concerns of having only 3 members take to approve and adopt an amendment into the legislation. I think that should be similar to what's being proposed in regards to what I'm calling the kill proposal, where it takes 5 members to kill the proposal. Then it should take 5 members to adopt the amendment into the resolution or into the legislation. So I think that's a change I'll be putting forth. With that, no other questions, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank Councilwoman Cassett for spending some time with me going over this today. I think it'll limit the amount of questions that I have. She was very generous in her answers right before going into the grocery store. So I appreciate that very much. The first thing I wanted, page 5 on the introduction, number 1, there's a typo. Again, these don't have line numbers, but the second to last line, I guess, for item 1 is the sponsor may introduce the legislation. I think it should say introduce, just a minor thing. So I had a question about really once introduction is made, we have as a governing body the opportunity to challenge the proposed schedule and proposed alternative referrals. So I know we're trying to, this is clearly going to make our governing body meetings longer when we're introducing legislation. But what does that have to do with, if I can ask the city attorney, what kind of notice has to be done if we're going to be discussing that?
Yes. Chair Romero-Worth, Councilor Rivera. The idea with having the section on introduction of legislation is that the legislation will be included on the agenda by topic. So having the council person who is introducing the legislation speak to it, as well as any co-sponsors. I think it's a 3-minute and a 1-minute for those folks. And then for the challenge would be related to that agenda item. So it would be noticed as part of the regular agenda.
All right, and that'll suffice for having discussion and then a vote?
Yes.
All right, so
I guess it's essentially a procedural vote about where something's going to be referred. There's not really a substance aspect to it, but even if there were, the item will be on the agenda as introduction of legislation.
Right, and under our current situation, I don't know how it'll change after January, but we have a counselor that only sits on one committee. So if that person introduces legislation and they want it to come to the committee they sit on, that could be overruled.
Chairwoman Romero-Worth, Councilor Rivera, that is accurate. If the governing body finds that the assignment is not appropriate for the bill, basically. So the sponsor is tasked with identifying which committees are appropriate for the bill's subject matter. And if the governing body disagrees with that assessment, then that's when a challenge would be appropriate. But that's the only time a challenge would be appropriate.
We will be bringing forward something to fix that. And Councilor Cassett, I don't know if that's what you wanted to speak to.
Precisely. Go right ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I will go right ahead. So we actually discussed that quite at length, that we understood that there was this challenge that we have with our with our current structure of our committees and the number of governing body members we have, there will always be one governing body member who, or one city council member, excuse me, that is sitting on only one committee. And we will have to bring this forward in separate legislation, but we will be making the proposed change that the individual that will sit on only one committee will be the mayor pro tem, and that they will sit on finance. And our logic behind that was that as the mayor pro tem, they will already be privy to a lot of what's going on in that role. They need to really make sure that they are staying up to date, as well as that the vast majority of items do go to finance as well. And so if that one committee member or that one committee that they're sitting on is finance, it will increase the likelihood that they will see things.
And that's going to be written into the procedures?
It has to be written into somewhere else that I will defer to Ms. McSherry, City Attorney McSherry, as to exactly where that is and why we were not able to do that with these changes.
City Attorney, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Chair Romerworth. I'm actually changing devices, so if someone can let me into the other panel on the other device, that would be helpful. But it doesn't have to happen this second, but at some point soon. Here we go. Thank you. So yes, there's the criteria for appointments for committees are in ordinance. So we do need to look at those criteria in the ordinance. So I recommended that we do an ordinance change related to the Finance Committee and or the pro temp section of our ordinances. To make that change, because otherwise you can't change the mayor's capabilities via a rule, which is what these are. But the ordinances do set the eligibility for our committees and then also the role of the pro tem.
Are some of the rules for the pro tem in the city charter as well?
The existence of the pro tem is, and the fact that they would be taking over the role of mayor should the mayor be unable to serve, that is in the charter, but it doesn't really set out very much more than that.
All right, so what if the mayor pro tem after a year, I know there's language in this bill that talks about that person serving as a pro tem for 2 years. What if after or an odd year, the mayor pro tem decides they don't want to do it anymore or can't for whatever reason? Maybe it's personal, maybe it's family related. And the reason I ask is because I've seen it happen. I've seen a mayor pro tem decide they didn't want to do it any longer. So what would happen in those instances?
Chairwoman Romerworth, Councilor Rivera, there's a general power for the mayor to fill vacancies of his appointments or of the mayor's appointments. So I would guess that it falls under that. I haven't looked specifically for the pro tem, but I can do that.
Okay. I think bills scheduled for public comment, I think Council Cassett answered those to my satisfaction. I just want to make sure resolutions aren't part of that. It's only for ordinances. Is that correct? Probably for the city attorney as well.
Chair Romerworth, Councilor Rivera, I just started to pull up the charter to look at the pro temp sections. Could you repeat that last question?
Yeah, on page 6, under first public comment on bills, it talks about the governing body shall schedule a bill for first public comment. Does that include resolutions? Do resolutions have the ability for the public to comment on?
I see. Thank you for repeating the question. No, it would just be for bills. So the process for resolutions would not have that.
All right. And what would happen in instances like November and December where we only have one meeting of the governing body? When would public comment be scheduled?
Chair Romerworth, Councilor Rivera, I think it would be the same at every agenda. It's going to be a very specific section. And so basically the order that's listed in the proposed rules would be the same on all of the agendas, at least as these rules are proposed now. Each meeting would have a first reading or an introduction, and then there'd be the first public comment at the following meeting. So there will be a special section for that.
All right, so in instances of our only meeting in December, then the public comment would be scheduled for the first meeting in January, and then it would start through the committee process after that.
Chairwoman
Right.
Romero with Councilor Rivera, I think I understand what you're saying. So for a particular bill, yes, similar to how we are somewhat spread out now, it would have that next step, not for another month. That's correct.
Okay, so what constitutes an emergency? So if I don't know, somebody has a bill coming up that maybe doesn't meet that timeline, especially in December, yet maybe they didn't realize that it was going to take so long. Does not realizing that something's going to take so long constitute an emergency?
Chairwoman Romero with Councilor Rivera, I think so. The sponsors have kept the same language we have currently, which in our existing rules there's kind of two bases for a deviation from one of the steps. And one is the uncommon circumstances, making it necessary for the governing body to consider or act on an item within a period of time that is insufficient to permit it to go through the committee review process, or in this case, the first reading process or the first public comment process, but still sufficient to meet the notice requirements of the Open Meetings Act, which is just 72 hours. Or in the case of an emergency, which in this section that we've retained says, emergency when unforeseen circumstances that, if not addressed immediately by the governing body, notwithstanding the inability to give sufficient notice pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, would likely result in injury or damage to persons or property or substantial financial loss to the city. So the types of things that have fallen under that category in the recent past have been emergency resolutions or grants of funds from the federal or state government that we would lose if we did not act on them. That there could be other examples too. The uncommon circumstances seems to come up more frequently, which is where there's an unusual timeline for a particular item that needs to be addressed more quickly than the process would allow otherwise.
Yeah, and again, resolutions don't fall under this criteria, right? So a resolution doesn't have to wait 2 weeks for public comment and can just go through the committee process immediately.
Chairwoman Romero with Councilor Rivera, that's correct.
All right, and can you explain the abstention changes or an abstention vote?
Chairwoman Romero with Councilor Rivera, I think we may have just put them in their own section. I don't think there's any substantive changes, but I would maybe let the sponsors or Jesse weigh in on that one while I verify that.
Jesse, I don't remember that we changed abstentions.
Can I
Councilor
clarify?
Cassidy?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I clarify? This was part of Councilor Rivera's discussion discussion that we had earlier, and it had to do with how abstention votes are counted. And I remember that we had a discussion.
Oh, yeah.
That if the majority votes yes, then it's considered a no. If everybody votes no, it's considered a no. Attorney McSherry, if you could clarify that, that would be helpful.
Okay, Chairwoman Romero with Councilor Cassidy, Councilor Rivera. That is in that situation, that scenario you just described is in our existing rules. So I think we maintained those distinctions. We did make a section specific to voting that I think was not set out on its own previously. And I think we tried to put all the rules related to that in the same place.
So for anybody who doesn't know where, that's on page 21 of the rules, not of the packet. And there it's number 8, abstentions. And
It
that
sounds like abstentions are, if the majority vote yes, then an abstention is included in a yes vote, which is not the way I've always understood it. I thought an abstention always meant no.
Okay, so I'm looking at the section. In our existing rules. And that one says if one or more of the governing body members abstain, then the abstention shall be counted as a no. If the action being voted on is a passage of an ordinance or resolution. And then I need to look at the new rule to remember what the difference is there.
It says it shall be counted as acquiescence with the majority. So if the majority votes yes, I assume that means that the abstention would be counted as a yes vote.
And Councilor Rivera, are you saying on something that's not an ordinance or a resolution?
I believe it talked about ordinances and resolutions. And the action being voted on is other than the passage of an ordinance or resolution. Okay. Well, still the abstention shall be counted as acquiescence with the majority. So if it's not a resolution or ordinance, an abstention will be counted with the majority.
And Chairwoman Romero with Councilor Rivera, I think that's just to provide the like what it seems to be saying in our existing rules. So the intent was to keep it the same. Okay, so that is also in our existing rule. Part 2 of abstention says that if one or more of the governing bodies abstain and the action being voted on is other than the passage of an ordinance or resolution, then abstentions, except for recusals or disqualifications due to conflict of interest, shall be counted acquiescence. So that's in our existing rules. I think the intent was just to put everything about voting in one place.
Yep, that's fine. On page 7 under D, notice of public hearings, it says the clerk shall publish notice of a public hearing at the governing body after a bill receives approval by at least one committee. Yet what I'm hearing here is that it could pass quality of life, for example, and then be unanimously denied in finance and the bill would die. Is that correct? Well, the city attorney is saying yes and the chair is saying no. So
City Attorney McSherry.
Chairwoman Romero with Councilor Rivera, just to make sure I understand the question, you're saying there's a chance that a publication could happen and then a committee would kill the item, right?
it says that the clerk will publish the notice for a public hearing if the bill receives approval by at least one committee. So let's say they receive approval by quality of life, but then at a later meeting, it's unanimously denied by a different committee, subcommittee. The bill would die at that point.
Councilor Barrett, yes, that is true. And I think the reason it's at least one is because if there was reason to know that the bill is pretty controversial and might not pass the next committee, then I think the clerk could wait until two committees have passed it. Right now, there's really, that's one of the proposals that fills a gap. Right now, there's actually nothing in our rules that says that how request for publication, so how a publication happens. We have a custom, which is that the request for publication comes to the governing body, but that's actually not in the rules anywhere. And it's not clear when the request happens. We also have a custom for doing that, which is that at least one committee has passed it, if not all the committees it's going to go to, and that sometimes delays the scheduling of a public hearing for a bill. So that proposed rule is creating a mechanism, essentially a trigger, for us to be able to know when a bill can be scheduled, but it doesn't say it has to be scheduled at that point. So if there's reason to believe, so say quality of life passes something 3-2, and we have reason to believe that those two people are on another committee and are likely to, advocate that a bill gets a 5-0 kill and won't make it to governing body, then the clerk can withhold publishing. And I think we'll have to see how this goes. It's certainly an experiment, but it's It's to allow some more streamlining of the process, the proposal, that's the intent at least. Because right now, we often wait, even when we have to wait for a request to publish to be on an agenda for the governing body. They're typically on consent if the matter's already been to 2 committees, or they're on discussion. And the whole point is just to support the publication of the item. But there's nothing in our rules requiring that. And so we get a lot of questions about when can this happen? Can we do it before it goes to a committee? Can we do it in between committees? And my answer has to be, we don't have a reason we can't, but the custom is to do it when we believe we have good reason to believe it's going to actually go to a public hearing. And the custom is to have a vote about it, even though there's nothing requiring a vote about it.
If I,
So now it'll have
Councilor
to
Rivera?
pass.
can I clarify why I was nodding yes when the city attorney was nodding no?
Sure.
So, and City Attorney McSherry, correct me if I'm wrong, but if the bill went to finance and it was approved and 3-2, let's say, and then it went to quality of life and it was not approved, same vote, 3-2, it would still go to governing body because it had been approved by finance. Only in the case where quality of life by unanimous, which is how you clarified your question, all 5 counselors on quality of life said no, then it would die. And the thinking is that's the magic number at governing body. So if you have 5 counselors on a committee saying, turning it down, it's going to have the same fate when it gets to governing body.
And Councillor Cassett clarified that all 5 members would have to be present. You can't have 4 members of a particular committee
Right.
vote on something and then have it die there, even though it was unanimous. You'd have to have all 5 members.
All 5. And again, the thinking being, if there are 5 counselors who don't like it, you're gonna have the same result at governing body. Why prolong the agony and why honestly waste our time? You know, again, we're trying to do things in a way where we can make better use of our time at the governing body meeting.
No, I completely understand. I get it, especially after discussion with Councilwoman Cassett. My only concern with that portion of it is really the public. We want the public to be more inclusive. We want to be transparent with what we're doing. And really, in all honesty, with Zoom currently, and probably even when we're meeting live, not a whole lot of people pay attention to finance, public works, quality of life. I think right now it's even more difficult because we're on YouTube. Council meetings are different. We publish them, people can watch them in many, many different ways. We don't provide that at the committee level. So you may have a particular group of the public that is really interested in a bill and it dies in committee and they're not sure why. They didn't see the committee, they didn't know how to get to it. So I don't know if Christine's on, but is there a way to make our committee meetings, finance, public works, quality of life, more accessible to the public so that they're aware of really what's going on with things they may be interested in?
I don't see the city clerk.
I see her. I see her on. I don't know if she's.
Is she a panelist? I don't see her as a panelist.
I see her on my screen.
Huh. I don't see her on mine, and I don't hear her piping in either.
Anyway, so I mean that's a big concern of mine is that you could have something that the public's super interested in. Maybe a small group of the public is really interested in a particular bill, and we don't do a good job of really making sure that our subcommittees are easily accessible. Even this one just on YouTube.
Counselor, can I respond to that?
Sure.
The one thing that I think the pandemic has done for us, and something that when I was first elected, I certainly wanted us to do, which is to record or provide our committee meetings kind of the way we do for the governing body meetings. And the pandemic has certainly made that possible. When I first mentioned it, it was thought to be too expensive and we couldn't possibly do that. And so now we do, as you say, we are on YouTube. We also now have Prime Gov. So if you are interested in a particular bill, I think you'll follow it, and you can the YouTube feed of the item connects with the Prime Gov agenda item, and so you can actually dial right in and watch only that portion of the meeting that you're interested in. And so I think that is something that's helpful. I do wonder, and Christine I now see is here. I don't know if she heard the question, but whether there's a way to, on the agenda, if something is unanimously voted down in a committee, if that could be reflected in a governing body agenda, so that, just to be really clear, that the reason it's not a governing body is because of what happened at the committee level. I don't know if that makes sense at all, but I see, well, here's the city clerk, and I also see Jesse has his hand up.
I'll let Jesse go first, and then I'm happy to follow up with whatever he has to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just going to say, if the clerk has published a notice of a bill, and then it's unanimously denied at a subsequent meeting, there would have to be a notice. It would still have to be included on the agenda because it was noticed to the public, but there would be, some line in there that, Christine would figure out, specifically saying that it, something along the lines of it was unanimously denied at quality of life, and so it's not being heard tonight, or something along those lines. So there would be a notice stating why a certain bill is not being heard on that agenda.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. I get that, but the point is, there may be committee members or community members that want to speak on a particular issue, or at least follow it through, and they may look at Public Works and see that it got passed, and for a while think it's going to be on the governing body and not realize that it has the potential to die in committee. So that's my concern, is that we're not really giving the community the opportunity to really follow it all the way through, because we're not streaming, for lack of a better word, our committee meetings to the same extent that we are governing body meetings.
Councilor, Madam Chair, you're on mute.
Sorry, I don't know why I turned that off. City Clerk, I think you wanted to respond, and I think the co-sponsor, Councilor Cassett, also had some thoughts on this.
Okay, I just actually wanted to quickly clarify, and I do apologize, I missed the question. But Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, when you say we're not streaming committees to the same level, do you mean council committees or do you mean subcommittees?
Council committees.
So council committees are streamed on YouTube, and they are in Prime Gov, as we mentioned, along with all the other committees. And then just to also, a quick reminder is the agendas now also have the committee schedule on them. That was something we added to actually aid in the transparency of where items were going to be at what time, so that the public could follow along a little closer. But I did just want to clarify that all of the council committee meetings are available on YouTube.
So is the only difference, is the only difference channel 28 then, the government channel?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, that's correct. The channel 28 and the KSFR radio are the two differences.
And I think those are huge differences, honestly, for some of the people that I speak to who really follow council, at least on 28 or KSFR. And don't follow committee members because they're not on those channels. So I don't know if we can increase that so the community is more aware and included in a lot of the different things that we're doing, and especially the changes now, if things aren't going to go all the way to the point where they can follow them on something that they're used to watching.
Counselor Cassett, you.
Yeah, I did want to respond to this. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilor Rivera. And I think that is a very interesting point, that as we're looking at expanding access, that if we can explore access to committees, regardless of this issue, just in general, I think that would be, I would very much be in support of looking into how we can expand access to our committee meetings. But thinking about our current process, again, there is this potential that an individual could see something that they're really interested in, introduce a governing body. It does not pass 2 committees. They do not see it as they're not watching the committee process, and then it never shows up at governing body. So I think that we already actually do potentially have that problem. And so looking at how we can, if it is possible to expand to KSFR and to Channel 28, I don't know what the logistics of that look like, and that's probably that is an important conversation, because, and even with this process, again, even the procedure rules pass, regardless of the kill provision, which I hate using that term, but that seems to be the term that's used. But even with the 5 unanimous votes to stop it, there is still the possibility that it could just simply not pass committee and never show up at the governing body. So somebody who's only watching governing body might see it introduced, and in this sense would actually see it introduced in a more robust way and start to get information on it. And then it doesn't pass committee and never shows up at governing body again. So I think that does actually bring up a larger issue than just this specific provision that we should be looking at. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think the difference is now is that, if they watch it, through Public Works and it gets passed, you can assume it's going to be on the governing body agenda because it passed that one committee. With the changes we're doing now, that's not true. So they're going to have to follow it through each committee. And that's why I think access to each of the various committees becomes more important than it is right now.
And I would also say there is certainly going to be an adjustment in how we do things, especially since we will be introducing them at the front end and offering a public comment on the front end of the process, and offering the full draft of the legislation, and as well as, comments from the sponsors or co-sponsors as to, and a staff presentation about what the bill does. So there is definitely some things to get used to in how we do things.
Yeah, I agree with that. But as people get acclimated, I think being able to follow the bill through all 3 committees or 2 committees or whatever it's assigned to, will be of more value to the public moving forward. And then just one last comment. I know it's been in our procedures forever, but the chief of police or designee will be the sergeant of arms. I've never seen, unless something is really crazy or somebody shows up with a firearm on their side, that, a police officer is there for the entire meeting. So I'm not sure if it needs to be there. It's just a comment. I don't care really one way or the other, but not really sure that we're really following it. So that's all I have, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the work that all of you have done. Again, thank Councilwoman Cassett for really spending the time with me to really help me understand the changes. And yeah, I hope we can be more inclusive with the public on our committees, but maybe that's a different conversation. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia, would you mind if I go to Councilwoman Villarreal for the first time and come back around for you for a second time after that? Councilwoman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think overall, this definitely needed to be updated. So I appreciate you all taking this on because it is a lot of work to go through each section. I didn't think the work session was helpful, and that's why we're here again back at committee level asking these minutia questions. So I'm not going to go through some of the edits with language clarification, the way we see things or the way things are written that are a bit awkward. I can talk to you about that later, or go maybe have a session with Jesse and one of the sponsors to go through that. And they're just things that need to be cleaned up. I think it's just, I'll just go through some of the points that I needed clarification because I still don't understand. I do want to make a point, the 72-hour thing is still bothering me. And case in point, I said I wanted to be co-sponsors for 2 items at the finance meeting, and I'm still not on the schedule as co-sponsors. So that is, I think, based on the justification, we're still not seeing that being moved through PrimeGov. So maybe it's a PrimeGov issue, not sure. The other thing I was thinking about is when we have changes or we have a complex issue and we have amendments coming through and there's final amendments that are going through the governing body. There's also staff that provides additional information at the governing body meetings that helps to convince some of us that may have not been convinced through that we needed additional information that we want to co-sponsor. And that's happened to me before, where I needed additional information and staff presented it. And then at the governing body meeting, I wanted to co-sponsor. So that's another example. And I just think that I will definitely do my best, as I've been trying to do through committee, to say I want to be a co-sponsor, but I'm just saying there's circumstances that warrant needing more time at the governing body to be able to be a co-sponsor. So I'll skip on to that. That's just something I want to say. I'm still confused about the staff shall provide a presentation for the first public comment. I don't think that should be required. I think the staff will probably do it, but shall they? I don't know. Staff may provide a presentation. Was there something that I missed on finance? I'm trying to remember what Councillor Cassett said is justification for that, a shall versus may.
Yeah, I'll let Councillor Cassett take that.
Yeah, sure. We definitely went back and forth on that one as well. And it more had to do with sometimes there's this conversation of, well, I don't feel like maybe like staff's giving me the time, or, maybe some people think that it should have a presentation because it is a big an issue and other people don't. And so it was to take that kind of jockeying and guesswork out of it and just say, if there's not much there, they can give a very short presentation, but if there is a lot there, it's built in.
Thank you for reminding me. I couldn't remember what the reasoning was. Okay, I'll move on. There is, let's see. So the section about postpone to a date certain, it's page, I'm going by the version where Jesse put in comments, not comments. What did you call this item? Adoption. This is the changes noted version that I've been looking at. On page 7 of the document, page 8 of the packet material, it says postpone to a certain date. So this came up for finance about postpone indefinitely. Do we need to put language somewhere about postponing indefinitely? Because this doesn't describe it. For me, this is about postponing, that we are required to have a postponement to a date certain. And the description for I didn't understand it. So maybe someone could explain that to me. Postponing, just the verbiage didn't make sense to me. And then do we need to say anything about postponement, indefinite postponements somewhere?
So I'm going to defer to Jesse and the city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Villarreal. Initially, we did have postpone indefinitely in there, and we realized that postpone indefinitely is really used to actually kill a bill, because you're just sort of you're not taking action on the item in sort of a politically correct way or non-political way, I guess, to get rid of the item. So that would essentially accomplish the same goal is unanimously deny. So postpone indefinitely we realized was very similar to unanimously deny. So we didn't want to sort of conflate those two different processes. So we did after reviewing it and looking at that conflict, we took that out. So postpone to a date.
Okay, before you go there, but we used that term on Monday, and that's why I was confused. I was like, is this to kill the bill or?
So
I think we need to put it in there if we're going to be using it, because I didn't equate it to.
Can I speak to that, Chair Romero Worth and Councillor Cassett? I think in that case, since generally committees can't postpone indefinitely and have it have the effect that's intended by Robert's rules, which is just to set it aside forever, which is what I think a lot of people think lay on the table is, but lay on the table is actually just to put it aside for later in the meeting. So postpone indefinitely in this particular case was probably okay because it had already failed at, I think, 2 other committees. So there really wasn't anywhere else for it to go for the muffler bill.
So it shouldn't have been that item shouldn't have been on the agenda then?
My understanding is was it postponed to a date certain previously, but it had maybe failed 2 prior committees. So that generally, if you were to postpone indefinitely, it just wouldn't be an effective motion under either our existing rules or the ones that are proposed. Under our existing rules, we would say, okay, that's the motion of that particular committee, and then it would just move on to the next committee because there's not a way to stop bills from going to the next committee. So under our existing rules, a committee could say we postpone it indefinitely, but then the next committee could vote favorably and it would just go to the governing body. So it wouldn't have an impact. Under a linear system, if we were to allow that motion and it could pass 3-0, then it would defeat the purpose of only causing bills to stop if you have a 5-0 vote. If you would allow and postpone indefinitely motion to succeed with 3 votes.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
and in that situation, the sponsors had said that they had meant to pull the bill. So it was not, they were not moving forward with it. And so it was not supposed to be on the agenda. And so that's why in that case, that one was okay.
I think that seems like a specific case. I'm just still wondering if we use that term still in some cases in the future.
And Chairwoman Romero Worth, Councillor Villarreal, it would be an appropriate motion at governing body if the council didn't want to take an up or down vote on something and you just wanted to say like, we're not wanting to deal with this. So I think we've included that as one of the motions that's appropriate at governing body, and it's in Robert's rules. So it's just that if you made that motion at a committee, and there's plenty of motions that are not listed that are possible motions. These are just examples of common motions, I think is the way it's been put. But if it happened at a committee, the bill would still continue on in the way that the bill is written. You could postpone something until the next meeting, which is to a definite time or to a particular time, but not forever.
Okay, and now that you said that there's other motions, here in this section, it says legislation considered by city council standing committees may take one of the following paths. And that's one of the paths. And then there's others. So I don't know that. Do we need somewhere where there's some kind of like comprehensive, because we're only putting some possible motions here. Maybe the most used, I don't know. Maybe we should say that. These are the most used options, but there's others out there that you just mentioned.
Chairwoman Romero Worth, Councillor Villarreal, I think in terms of how the bill moves, those are probably for the committees. I think those are the intended motions. There's another motion could be like motion to substitute or something like that, but we haven't really figured out substitutions. And in the governing body, there's more options.
Can you discuss the hierarchy? So there's also a hierarchy of where we draw our rules from.
And do we need to put that in here?
Chairwoman Romero with Councillor Villarreal. So basically the idea is if it's not in our rules, then we defer to the Roberts rules. And that's what our rules currently say. And that's what the proposed rules also say. But certainly anytime our rules conflict with Robert's rules, they supersede Robert's rules and we follow those first. But when there's a gap, we look for some sort of a filler from Robert's rules if there is one. Sometimes there is not.
Okay. All right. Maybe Jesse can take on explain what G postponed to date certain, the I language. I didn't understand it. So.
Madam Chair, Councilor Vidal, let me.
This is the rule about holding a bill for one committee so that it could be worked on or more information could be gathered. This is the provision that makes that happen. Currently, we don't have the ability to hold the bill in committee, and this would allow for the bill to be held for one meeting of the committee without it going to any others, so that the committee could, maybe consider a substantial amendment or get more information, or I think Councilor Cassett spoke to this earlier. Jesse, do you want to add to that? It's on page 7.
Madam Chair, Councilor Vidal, I think you answered it. The idea is that we didn't want them postponing it for 3 months, say, for some reason. And since we are going to more of a linear committee process where things have to be dealt with at one committee before they go to the next, we didn't want that, prolonging the process. So we're saying, the next meeting, you can postpone it for one meeting if there's, staff needs to provide supplemental material or there's some other information that's needed in order to actually take action on it. If that next meeting comes and you still don't have the information, then maybe denying it is the best motion, and then it can be reintroduced later on when the required information is available.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm just thinking about our certain situations where we want to move it forward for other committees to hear, because there's different members on that. And we have asked that it come back to that same committee later on after different committees have heard it. And so that you're saying that that's being eliminated.
Madam Chair, Councilor Vidal, that's not necessarily being eliminated. There is the option to refer to another committee. I don't know, maybe Aaron can speak to this, if say quality of life could refer it back to quality of life. But that would entail, if they could, then it would still go to whatever committees next, because you're taking action on it. It would go to the next committee, and then I don't know if you can refer it back to yourself, but then that would occur.
So Chairwoman Romero-Worth, Councilwoman Villarreal, you would be able to essentially refer it to yourself by holding it. But what would not happen is it just wouldn't go to the other committees until after your committee, if it was your committee, had dealt with it. So if you said this committee needs to see it again because we're still waiting on this particular piece of information, you would postpone to the next, for example, Finance Committee. So that would be the motion. I move to postpone to the next Finance Committee for the purpose of being able to base our decision on this additional information we need. And so if that happened, the bill wouldn't go to another committee until after the bill had been given another opportunity in front of Finance, which would have to be the next meeting. Or perhaps a bill already went to a committee and then it proceeded to the next committee, and the next committee finds out something that they think the prior committee should have considered. They could refer the bill to that committee for the purpose of considering that new information. So it could either be saying, we need to consider this more, and therefore we're going to consider it at our next meeting, or we think this other committee should, maybe we didn't know that this had a fiscal impact, for example, and maybe its initial referrals did not include Finance Committee. And then during quality of life, you find out, like, wait a second, this is going to have a fiscal impact. And everyone, yeah, it's going to have fiscal impact. So then you would move to refer it to the Finance Committee, and then the bill would be heard by Finance Committee before it would go to a governing body.
Yeah, I think that could be good. And then it also could delay something that could be still going through the process, but may go back to a committee later on just to clarify some things. But I think it all depends on chairs too. So, all right, I'll move on to the next thing. On amendments, wait, hold on. Do we need to say for E amendments, it says amendments must be written and included in the governing body packet before the public hearing. So we're talking about amendments for bills because we don't have public hearings for resolutions. So do we need to clarify that that's amendments for bills must be written and included in the governing body packet before the public hearing? Is that what you all meant?
Can
'Cause
you,
if there
can you
isn't-
tell me where you are so I can look at the?
Oh, amendment E, it's page 7.
I don't know if
Or it says
that's-
E amendments, number 1, amendments must be written and included in the governing body packet before the public hearing. And my question is, what if it isn't? What if it doesn't have a public hearing because it's a resolution? So are you saying this should be amendments for bills?
Bottom of 7, top of 8.
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, I actually think that maybe that should, it should refer to probably all legislation, I think was the intent.
Okay, but if it doesn't have a public hearing,
Right, so I understand what you're saying, so maybe there needs to be a slight modification of the language there.
okay.
But I'll defer to the sponsors on that one.
Yeah, I think we'll have to review that. Well, hold on. Notice of public hearings. Are we in? First public comment?
No, we're in a separate section. That's why it's E
Oops.
amendments, just separate under,
So this is under the legislative process, and I know that we did run into a little bit of, I'll have to read the whole thing there. We did run into this conversation of the legislative process, and because there's some differences with bills and resolutions, so I'll read the whole section, but we definitely did, that was something that came up a couple times. So Jesse, maybe when you have time, if you can review that and you remember the conversations about where we were putting things, and we can discuss that together.
yeah, I looked at the main heading and it was legislative, process, which amendments, that applies to both bills and resolutions. So just to clarify that. And then on the 3, under that same section, if no committees have had the opportunity to discuss an amendment, then the amendment must be presented in writing before discussion. But we have amendments to amendments sometimes. So does that have to be written in writing at the moment when we're in committee meeting discussions?
Madam Chair, Councilors, I believe the intent of this language, which I think probably came out of some frustration I had, was that a lot of times amendments were made verbally during committee and there was maybe no specific wording. There wasn't an exact place as to where it would be inserted. And then I was the next day trying to scramble around contacting whichever counselor said it, trying to figure out where it went, what exact language they wanted. So the intent behind this is to ensure that there's a specific location and wording written down that's to be discussed instead of doing it as more of a generalized amendment.
I'm going to go to Counselor Cassett, but I would also add that, we are making law here. So we want to be very specific and not, this is drafting in the air or drafting on the fly, which I also have an issue with because I think sometimes there's confusion about what was intended and what actually gets put in. And we don't want any confusion about what the rules are, what the law says. Counselor Cassett and then City Attorney McSherry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And kind of off that point, that the idea would be that if we can all actually see it in writing, we have a better idea of what precisely we're voting on. And so it might mean that we may take a moment to, I believe that this would be the process right now, to type something up, send it to Aaron, and then Aaron would send it to all of us. And then we'd have to read it into the record, as it would not be in the packet, but it would just allow us to have the written record of exactly what we're voting on. We also discussed that sometimes these amendments come up and they're not really substantial. They don't really change things. It's just a little bit of a language change, clearing things up. but that as a governing body, we do have the option, if there's a really substantial amendment, that we can discuss whether or not we want to defer it back to committee. If it really does make a big change to the bill, and that'll be kind of a discussion that we have to have, which is a little bit why, kind of the hope that some of those bigger amendments, again, but going back to the committee process, holding something in committee to give us the time to write them. Because usually in committee, we know, hey, we have an amendment that we'd like to, but we understand that there might be something that comes up, which is why if it does come up at governing body, really writing it down so that Jesse knows and it's actually printed, and then we all know precisely what it is that we're voting on before we take the vote.
I understand the overall intent. I'm just saying there's changes, amendments to amendments, changes as we go. And to have somebody be like, hold on, let me send you all the email so that we could type it up really quick so that everybody sees it in writing. Is that what you're meaning? That we're gonna have to do in the meeting?
City Attorney McSherry, do you want to weigh in?
Chairwoman
You're muted.
Romero-Worth,
Yeah, there you
I
go.
think I'm on now.
You're back.
Councilwoman Villarreal, I'm gonna not weigh in on that most recent question, but just to give some context for, I have had situations, and this was with a counselor who's not on council right now, where I had to listen to a audio recording many times to get the vote that had passed. And then when we wrote it verbatim, it wasn't what the counselor said they wanted afterwards. So that was really a difficult situation because we had to do what was reflected in the meeting. And that's not the type of confusion I want to have with any of you after a meeting about what had been adopted. So in terms of the intent, it's to avoid that situation. I am a little bit, based on what I'm hearing right now, it sounds like the sponsors are acknowledging that amendments could still happen at the governing body meeting. So I think we probably do need to look at that first line in addition to the part about public hearing, but also maybe adding if possible or something like that. I don't know how you want to make it, because it does, that first line does make it seem like that has to happen. But I'm also hearing that the sponsors are okay with amendments coming up during the meeting. So we might want to clarify that.
Well, I think we have to be able to have amendments come up during the meeting because there may be something that we haven't contemplated that needs to be addressed. And that's the benefit of having lots of different eyes on things. Councillor Cassett, you're.
Yeah, I'm remembering this conversation. I do believe that that we did have that there was something that if something came up in committee and there was amendment that we wanted to have proposed and the committee said, yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that, that the goal is that before it gets to governing body, that gets written out and included in there. So there could very well be a case where the committee is fine with sending it on and saying, yeah, sure, we'll deal with it at governing body. Let's go ahead and move this thing along. But if there's going to be a public hearing, then that needs to be written if it's already been established at the committee. I believe that was the conversation that we have. Councillor Romero-Worth, do you recall that conversation as well? You're looking at me like maybe I had that conversation in my own head, which is, it's possible.
I think I remember, Chair Romero-Worth, Councillor Cassett, I think I remember that language. I'm just not sure that it's translated into what we currently have. We might need to make it a little more broad because it makes it sound like every type of amendment has to be written before governing body. And I don't think that was the intent. So we just probably have to look at maybe characterizing what that requirement was. And I think it sounds like amendments proposed during committee must be, or something like that. Maybe that's the context that one's supposed to be considered in. So like things like amendments that were considered during committee, we need to have them written down before those amendments proceed to governing body, which makes sense because if they were adopted in particular, that legislation now includes them, and we need to be able to understand how the legislation is arriving at governing body with that additional written amendment.
And I don't think there would be, just to clarify as well, Councilwoman Villarreal, I'm not sure what you mean by amendments to amendments. So I think, there would be, amendments would attach at the time they're adopted as it in the committee. And so when you get to governing body, if you need to change the language, you could still do that. But I don't know that you're changing the language of the amendment at that point. I guess maybe that's where I'll defer to the city attorney.
Chairwoman Romero-Worth, Councilwoman Villarreal. I think maybe we're answering two different questions. There's that situation, I think, that Chairwoman just described, where there's an amendment, it's adopted, it gets to governing body, and then we might add something else. And then I'm not sure if this is maybe what you're describing, Councilwoman Villarreal, is there's a motion to amend, and then there's a motion to amend the motion, which can happen as well. So it's kind of a
Or
an
any-
amendment to the motion to amend.
Right. Or if we have a new amendment that actually comes through just at the governing body, not at committee, which has happened and happens.
Yeah,
that
and
there
should, yeah.
Changes, like if there's, and someone wants to make a, whether it's a friendly amendment or an amendment to the motion, that has to be in writing. That just sounds laborious, but yeah, I just feel like there may be circumstances that don't follow that, which I agree with the premise. I just think there's certain situations where we're gonna have to stop and be like, oh, can you type that up? And I don't know. So something.
Councilwoman Romero-Worth, Councilor or Councilwoman Villarreal, maybe there's something like if they are more than 3 words or something like that. Like if we could somehow make it so that only the simplest ones don't have to be written, because I mean, even commas, there's actually a US Supreme Court case about, you know, the meaning of a phrase because it didn't include the Oxford comma and the outcome of the case was entirely different, right? So, you know, it's real. I shared the case with my staff because some of us are, you know, Oxford comma adherents and some are not, but that, I mean, that was recent case law. So it can be extremely important for these matters and making sure we understand your intent when we produce the final version, which we do in the days, we have to do it within 3 days following the meeting. So it's often, you know, Jesse's sending me stuff after meetings many times. So, you know, a meeting ends at whatever time and I'm getting legislation that night. We want to make sure we get it right.
Yep, I agree. I mean, I think in instances, yeah, writing it down helps. And other times that'd be like really delaying us, but I'm going to move on just to note that maybe there's a better way to say that. So section, God, there's so many sections. Consent agenda section on page 11. It says items that are not appropriate for the consent agenda include the procedural rules of the governing body, but we've been putting this particular item on consent. So does that mean we're violating our own rules, or am I missing something there?
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, this is specific to governing body, not to the council committee. So when it goes to governing body, it will be on the discussion agenda.
Okay, but not.
That is an existing rule. So
yeah, I figured it was an existing rule, but I also didn't. I was thinking consent agenda also applied to our committees.
This
But
is
in
specific to the governing body consent agenda.
Okay. That's good to know. All right, I'm gonna move on. Let's see. Just something to note. The presentations, we just say that, you know, as scheduled by city manager, by staff. It's also by committees, like certain committees want to do a presentation. So does that cover us, like city manager, staff, or outside guests? Because I think there's some committees, it's not by a staff person, but like the task force had a presentation, but that wasn't scheduled by the city manager. Anyway, just thought about that, but I'd like to see a time frame to get packet material for presentations instead of the day of. It's really hard to be able to read a presentation and be able to ask questions when we get it the day of. So did you all consider having a time frame for presentation packet material to be submitted?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal, I know I think we touched on this at the study session on what the definition of packet material was, and the current definition is the minimum, I think, not looking at it directly, but I think it's the minimum material necessary to take action. So, presentation is simply that, it's a presentation, there's no action taken. So under how that is defined currently, any physical presentation for that item would not fall under the definition of packet material.
Yeah, I hear you and I understand that. I'm just wondering if separately presentations, we should have a time frame that we get them. It's disruptive to have a pretty, especially those of us that make it in the packet material and spend a considerable amount of time to make sure you all read a presentation ahead of time, ahead of the meeting, and then other people give it to you the day of. I don't know, there's an equity piece to it. And also like those of us that work other jobs and to have something sent to us the day of a governing body meeting to read and it's pretty thorough is hard. So.
And I agree, when I'm at my other job and I get a packet that's a presentation and it's just a presentation, we're not taking action on it. I may skim it just to have some general sense of it, knowing that in the meeting, we're actually going to go through it slide by slide. And so I guess.
We don't always do that though. I mean, some of the presenters don't always do that. I don't know. I'm just thinking that it's really.
Yeah, I think that the other tricky part of that is, the capacity of the staff to get things to us. I mean, I think they all are cognizant of the fact that we get grumpy when we get things at the last minute. And I think my experience is they try their very best to get it to us so that we do have time to look at it, but that isn't always possible. And I also, with quality of life, I've certainly noticed that, even sometimes our outside presenters have many demands on their time and we may not get a presentation until after we've had the presentation. And so this is why I say it's kind of tricky.
Yeah, I think it's a hard one for me because I realize the demands, but there's also some other folks that really push to get it in the packet so that people will read it and be informed and then be able to have specific questions to ask. But, maybe it's better that some of us put presentations at the last minute. So then people are like, oh, there's less questions to ask. I don't know. I just think that it's inconsistent, but.
I think the city attorney wanted to say something.
Chairwoman Romero Worth, Councilwoman Villarreal, I would just say that at this point, there's no required presentations at all for presentation or required materials at all for presentations. So I'm not sure what the requirement would be. So, and if you might get not as good presentations as well, I guess is a possibility. Some people just might not give you materials and then might just talk. But I think it's in the presenter's advantage to provide what would be helpful to you as early as possible to make it helpful, right? So if it's in the presenter's advantage to do what would make their presentation better. So if it would make their presentation better to provide it, then it is in their interest to do that. So it would just be a little bit arbitrary for us to make a requirement since there's not a requirement about what a presentation looks like in the first place.
Well, then I guess staff that's putting the packet together and then reach out to whatever group and say, hey, where's your presentation? We're like, well, we don't have it ready. I don't want to have pushback and say, well, then we can't put your item on the agenda because everybody else gets it to us last minute too. So I'm just saying that there's inconsistencies there. And some have more value than others. Maybe it's just an information session. Some's updates like for the chart, for task forces, et cetera. So. For the item, just clarification on how you're listing the different items. So we'll call consent agenda action items now. Action items consent agenda and action items discussion agenda. Are those new terms or are they?
Madam Chair, Councillor Villarreal, there's a little not discrepancy, but they're not really referred to as the same things on our current governing body agendas. Sort of the term consent agenda and consent calendar is used interchangeably. And on the City Council standing committees, we had moved to using these terms. So just to be clear that items on the consent agenda are action, items on discussion are also action. We're moving to using these terms to distinguish between those two sections. So it's more of a language change than any substantial change.
Got it. Yeah, I think it's good. I just wanted to understand that. And then the other one is that we're calling something different, not different, but petitions from the floor will also have public comment on bills section. Those aren't combined, right? So we'll say petitions from the floor, and then the next item will be public comment on bills. Correct?
Madam Chair, Councillor Villarreal, that's correct. We're actually sort of splitting out the public hearing section as we currently have it into 3 different sections, although one of them is new. The public comment section is a brand new section. So if you look at it in order, we sort of have 4 different areas where the public has the opportunity to provide comment. There's existing petitions from the floor, which as you'll note there is we've sort of combined the afternoon and evening sessions, but this is still scheduled for 7 p.m. So, depending on how that works. Then we have the public comment on bills, which we've already discussed. And then we have final action on legislation. So that's specific to bills. And then after that, there's the public hearings for things that are not legislation, like land use cases, appeals, anything else that might be applicable to that. So they're sort of splitting out those public comment, public hearing sections.
Okay. And so if we're trying to make those clear for the afternoon session and the evening session, doesn't it make sense in the evening session to take out what is it that we've already done in the afternoon? We do the Pledge of Allegiance. All of that goes on to the 7 p.m. and I don't ever understand why, because we've already done it in the afternoon. Is there a way to eliminate that?
If you look at the order of business here, those do not appear later in the agenda. The way it is set out now, we theoretically are supposed to do a roll call. I think maybe an invocation, a salute to the flag, all of that, which of course we never do. So that was considered sort of supplemental material. So that was removed.
Oh, good. Okay. That's all I want to know. That's good.
Yeah, that would have fallen between 15 and 16 on the proposed
Awesome.
rule. So you don't see that there.
Okay, glad that's out because that is confusing to the public too. On C, let's see, page 14, the presiding, let's see, what section is this? Oh, but still under petitions from the floor. It's under petitions from the floor on page 14, and it's C, it's E1C. The presiding officer shall disallow comments from the public that are not directed to the members of the governing body. I think that should say, it should read the presiding officer shall disallow comments from the public that are not directed to the governing body. Because the way this sounds, it's not directed to individual members of the governing body, which we definitely don't want. So I'd like to change that, just take out the members of. And then I think there's just a couple more. We did talk about for public participation, public hearings, that the members of the public don't have to state their council district, correct? And we're taking that out.
That's a public safety concern. So we would like, if people know their council district, to say, I'm in council district 2 and I don't like this, or I like that, or I want to comment about X, Y, and Z. Or if they don't know their council district, they say, I live on Raspberry Street. And then we at least know what part of town they're in, and without them giving their exact street address of their residence.
I didn't see the and or. Did we just add that? Okay, I thought it said and their council district and their street residence. And I was like, well, some people don't know their district actually. And I see where there's people wouldn't want to provide their street address. So that's good. And that's okay. Just one question, the raise to question of privilege, is that call the question?
Point of, I think, council or city attorney McCherry, you want to answer that?
Sure. It's a point of personal privilege. That's typically, it's not calling the question. It can be for a few other things. It's things like clarifying what the question, what's being voted on, that kind of thing.
Okay, just checking. And we don't need called the question in here because that is covered in Robert's rules, right?
Right, that's the type of procedural rule. So there are a number, I mean, there's pages of procedural rules that are possible. That's one of the more common ones for sure. But some of them are pretty uncommon. So we did
Okay.
not list all of them.
All right, I think I'm good. Thank you for allowing me the time. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just got a quick question and clarification because I think there's some conflicting info on our agenda. This is going to Public Works and Utilities here in 2 weeks, right? Week and a half.
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, the way it is scheduled currently is for governing body on the 8th, the Public Works and Utilities Committee, which normally under normal circumstances would meet on December 6th, has scheduled their meeting for the week after. So if it had been on the 6th, it certainly would have gone there, but at this point, it's not scheduled for that committee.
Thanks, Jesse, for that clarification, but I beg to differ because on both the Finance Committee agenda and tonight's committee agenda, it's being heard by us. Then the next is Public Works and Utilities Committee. Both agendas lay it out that way. And so with that, we need to be consistent with the public. The public's expecting it to go Public Works and Utilities. We need to send it to that committee. And I think
Chairwoman Romero with Councilor Garcia, it looks like the date is for governing body on this agenda.
it says
Right, it
Public Works
says-
and Utilities. I mean, if I was a public, I don't pay attention to the dates. I see which committees it's going to. And then and on that point of missing committee members or governing body members, we're excluding one counselor from this process, a major process. And we had this discussion earlier of how do we minimize excluding a member? Well, we're excluding them from even having this conversation about our rules, which to me is a flabbergasting. I mean, come on, really? We want to create an open and transparent process, and we're not doing that. So I think with that, since I pulled the item, I'm going to move for approval on the condition it goes to the Public Works and Utilities Committee meeting on December, Jesse, I think you said it was the 13th. If that's the correct date, that's my motion.
City Attorney McSherry.
Thank you, Chairwoman Romero-Worth. The motion that is just made will be permissible under the proposed rules if they pass, but it's not contemplated under our existing rules.
So how, I guess, let me ask this question. How do we get it to Public Works and Utilities Committee, given we've published it twice, not once, but twice on agendas? I thought even we discussed this during our working session, that it was going to go to all of the three committees. I mean, I see Councilor Rivera shaking his head, and to hear that it's not.
Counselor, I don't, on my Prime Gov, it doesn't say public utilities. Where are you seeing that?
I'm seeing it on the public version. I always use the public version because I want to see what the public's seeing. And so
okay.
on both of my versions, because I saw it on tonight's agenda, and I did see the conflicting dates, and I said, wait, something's awry here. That's why I went back and looked at the Finance Committee agenda, same exact path.
Okay,
And that's why I
now I
wanted to
understand.
confirm.
Thank you.
So
You're
I think-
looking at a different agenda. That's fine.
I'm
A
looking
different
at the
side.
public.
I know, you're
public
looking at a
version of the
different
agenda.
side. Gotcha. That's why it doesn't show. So so this was one of the areas where we don't have in our rules anything that speaks to how bills are referred to committee, which is, I think, what the city attorney is saying. And that is something that we fix with these new rules. Counselor Cassett, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Counselor Garcia, just in the future, when you notice discrepancies, it would be really helpful if it is a bill of mine and I'm a sponsor, I would greatly appreciate you letting me know in advance because it's a little bit challenging at the last minute. So just as a future courtesy, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely, Counselor. I noticed it right now. That's why I re-raised my hand. So this was nothing. I noticed it as I was continuing to go through the agenda, came to my attention, and I brought it to everybody's attention. Nothing ill here. So I just wanted to make sure that one, we're following the process we said it was going to go through during our working meeting. Two, follow the process we publicly stated on these agendas. There's no mention of governing body. We can't say, oops, we got the wrong governing body date. I can see if we had governing body in the public utilities date, but it says public utilities here. So I think, I mean, this has to, I'm very concerned. One, that we're going against what we said we would do. And two, we're not honoring what our agendas speak. Is there any reason why we can't send it to Public Works and Utilities? Is there anything pressing that is an emergency that we need to have it be heard at governing body next week?
Here's my issue with that, which then means that it wouldn't go to governing body until after the first of the year. Now, basically, I don't, this is good governance work. I don't really think, whoever looks at this, I don't think there's anything wrong with what's being proposed here. I think we've identified some things that maybe need clarity or, maybe rewording, that kind of thing. So it's not that one council or the other, the new council or the old council has to pass this thing. But I am concerned about two things. One, I feel like this current council is in the best position to weigh these rules, consider them, analyze them, make sure that they make sense, because we've, over the last 4 years, at least from my side, Councilor Rivera for many more years than that, we have had the most experience with them, and we have seen where they work for us, where they don't work. We have a lot of familiarity. When I came in as a brand new counselor, the learning curve was huge. There was a lot of stuff I didn't even, the request to publish, we voted on, and I wanted to talk substantively about it. And I remember Councilor Harris saying, "We're just voting on the request to publish. This is not the time to get into the merits of the bill." And I was like, "Oh, okay, whoa." So there's a lot to learn. I think we are, as this council, we are in the best position to be able to evaluate and pass new rules. And I also think that we are, because there's so much for a new counselor to process, I think it would be better if the new counselors coming in had these new rules and could be trained in them in their orientation, rather than having to be trained in the old rules. And then we'll pass new rules, a week after they're in, and then we'll come back and have to retrain them again. So I think, I don't know, Councilor Rivera, I know you have your hand up. City Attorney McSherry, you have your hand up. Councilor Garcia, I don't know if you want to hear from either or both of those people. But that would be my thinking, that, I think we've identified some good things that we can further massage what we have here, but I'd love to see it go to governing body next week and be passed so that it can be in place in January.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but nothing there justified an emergency. Nothing would prevent the work that everybody's been working on, the sponsors and the governing body members that have contributed to this process. we wouldn't be starting with a clean slate. I mean, I think it's actually opposite. We would come with additional perspective, which is beneficial. I think when you are sometimes caught up in the monotony and the consistency of something, you don't tend to look outside the box. And sometimes that additional outside the box perspective is needed. So I don't agree with that purpose in that sense. And then back to the point, we said during our working body meeting that it was going to all three committees.
And then I would also just say that Councilor Viejo Coppler, while she might be able to look at this at Public Works, Public Utilities, she wouldn't ultimately vote on it in January. So I don't know, you mentioned that earlier as well, so.
Which is fine, I don't see a challenge with that. I think what we're doing here is we're going against what we said we were going to do. We're continuing the process of excluding folks. And I think it was even, as we were discussing even some of the proposals, it doesn't eventually stop the elimination of or of excluding folks. I think that's a big challenge, but that's neither here nor there. The issue is we said it was going to go to Public Works and Utilities, and now we're not going to do that.
Yeah, I think there was
Or
an
now
error.
that's not what's being proposed. I mean, I would argue that is what is laid out. That is what we said we were going to do in the working meeting. That is what's laid out here publicly through our agendas. There's nothing else that talks about governing body meeting on the 8th.
So just to clarify, at the working group meeting, which is no action is taken there, that's just informational. Councilor Rivera did ask that it go to Public Works, Public Utilities. It was not voted on. There is an error in the agenda, and we have errors in the agenda from time to time. So that's not a new thing either. And I'll defer to the city attorney who has her hand raised.
Chairwoman Romero Worth, councilors, we could still plan for Public Works to be when it is typically scheduled, which would be Monday before governing body. So that might resolve all the issues if that's a possibility, just offering that up. And I did want to just bring to light that there was no vote on that day. And I think there was some understanding that Public Works was going to be held when it typically is, maybe when some of those statements were made. And in order to include everyone, that would both include all the councilors in committee discussion and in the governing body vote. By going to Public Works after governing body, you're gonna have a discussion with some governing bodies members who won't be able to vote on the ultimate legislation if you do wait till some other governing body meeting, and you won't have the benefit of their experiences. Those are just a couple things I wanted
I
to raise.
understand that, but there's also probably other legislation that I think sponsors won't be able to vote on. That's just sometimes the timeline of the way things work out. If we don't want to, I mean, folks don't want to send it there. I mean, I don't agree with that, but I think we need to abide by what we said we were going to do and what publicly stated through these agendas we were going to do.
Councilor Cassett?
Yeah, I just want to state that on the agenda, it says Public Works Committee on December 8th. So does the date matter more, or does the title of the meeting matter more? Either way, there's a mistake there. So people might be thinking, oh, I'm seeing Public Works Utility meeting, and there is no Public Works Utility meeting on December 8th. There's a governing body meeting on December 8th. So either way, we are not going to do what was said on the agenda. So kind of this idea that there's a mistake, there's a typo on the agenda, and that is what happened. So I think kind of phrasing it in this way of relying to the public, or we are misleading the public by where it's going to be, or not stating what the public is saying. There's a typo. So does the name of the committee matter more? Does the date matter more? But there is a difference there. I, would agree that I would prefer to move forward to governing body, that having the 2 weeks on our old system and then moving into a new system, a new procedure, it just feels inefficient. I know that the city attorney would have to do a training on the old, on our current rules, and then I believe do another training on the new rules for the new members coming in. Is that how that would work if we?
Chairwoman Romero Worth, Counselor Cassidy, I would either do 2 trainings or we wouldn't have training on the rules that would be used in the governing body meeting,
Okay.
which I guess we would ask the new counselors what their preference is.
Okay.
And that doesn't seem right either.
Well, on that point, I mean, why would we only give the training on the new rules to the new members? We should
That's
have.
not
a
what I
training-
said. That's not what I said. On the
But
existing
I
rules,
think that's what Counselor Cassett was inferring.
I would give everyone training on the new rules.
Counselor Cassett, you still have your hand up. Counselor Rivera has patiently had his hand up for a while. Counselor Rivera, I don't know if you wanted to weigh in on this conversation or you have something else.
No, just I specifically remember everyone agreeing that it would come to Public Works, and I think we had another topic that we had discussed, I believe, at this committee, and realized that Public Works was after governing body. So my assumption was that everybody knew that was happening, and everyone agreed that this should come to Public Works and Utilities. You know, I don't know why the council meeting was scheduled prior to Public Works, but it did. But everybody agreed that this should go through to all 3 committees. So I think that's in public record. Our meeting, I don't know if it was on YouTube or recorded, but clearly it's there. The chair remembered it as well. So I wouldn't understand why it wouldn't go through the process, even though if it meant training might be delayed by another week or so. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but
Yeah. And Counselor, the way we agree on something is that we take a vote. And in a work session, it's not a voting place. You did request that it come to your committee. I certainly didn't agree, but I didn't challenge that either. And then, you know, back to the original point, which is we don't have a way to refer the bill right now to your committee under our current rules. And so was the, you know, where
So
we
I
started
believe-
when the motion was made.
thank you, Madam Chair. I believe everyone agreed that it should go through all 3 committees, whether it was by nodding your head or giving a thumbs up or whatever. That agreement was there, and the assumption was that it would go to all 3 committees.
Is there a second to the motion?
State the motion again. Remind us.
Madam Chair, the motion was not in order.
Oh, right. Forgot that part. All right. So I don't know what we do. I'll entertain another motion.
Madam City Attorney, why was it not in order?
Madam Chair, Counselor Rivera, committees don't have the ability to refer legislation to other committees right now. Jesse is assigned with basically the city manager is assigned with putting committees agenda, like assigning bills to committees.
Well, I think we've done that before in assigning stuff or referring stuff back to finance because it hadn't gone through that committee. But, you know, that's what kills me is just so many inconsistencies over the past 4 years at least that are just mind-boggling.
Counselor, would you be willing to have a Public Works, Public Utilities meeting on Monday with just this item and then do the rest of your agenda on the 13th?
That would be up to the committee itself. I don't know what, you know, we'd have to check with the committee, make sure everyone could be there.
That's another
and
way forward.
And talking about sort of hitting things out of order, have we ever had like an emergency subcommittee meeting? Because really that's what we're talking about, right?
An emergency meeting of the Public Works, Public Utilities Committee?
Yeah. Madam City Attorney?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rivera, I don't think this qualifies as an emergency at all. It doesn't fall into any of our bases for an emergency, so, and committees can't address emergencies because can't make final decisions, so this would be more of a courtesy, I think. I thought I'd understand that the request that was going to be made by one of the sponsors before, but I don't know if that happened.
Counselor Cassett, your hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the things that we've seen in the past is that we've had this problem where we've referred to a committee and not been able to stop it from moving forward. And that is part of what we're we've done this where we've said, hey, quality of life, we want this back. And it still kept going. And then we also brought it back to quality of life. So that was part of the thing that we were trying to solve, was with the holding and with the linear process, is that we actually have abilities to pause it instead of it moving forward. So I think that we could refer to Public Works Utilities, but right now it's scheduled for governing body and we don't have a way to stop it. Honestly, that's part of what we were trying to fix in this, is that we have experienced this where we've referred back, we've referred to a different committee, and yet it just kept going on its track.
Yeah, we've never had an instance where it went to governing body and still needed to go to another committee. It just kept going through the committees.
But we've had instances where things have shown up at governing body after they've been referred back. And they went back and forth to committee a number of times, and then it still kept going to governing body, unless it got down a committee.
Yeah, and I think what we're trying to do with these rules, Councilor Rivera, is be more clear. So, backfill where we don't have rules currently, so we don't have the inconsistencies we all have experienced in various ways. Our rules haven't been updated since 2004, and we've become more sophisticated in some of this stuff, and we need to.
Point of clarification, the rules were changed in 2016, not 2004.
Jesse, is that right? The thing I was looking at said 2004. Is there a typo?
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, the rules were first adopted in 2004. There have been several amendments since then, but none of them have been nearly as substantive as what we're doing now. There were a few small clarifications in 2016. 2009 added salute to New Mexico flag. 2012 added something about agenda items. So you can maybe go back. I don't know what 2008 did, but that is maybe the last time they were really substantially updated. So and that
Okay.
could even go to 2006.
My bad. I didn't turn the page to page 22.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councilor Rivera.
if I may, I appreciate the changes, and I think a majority of us will be there after January 1st. And even if the two new people didn't agree, I think there's still a majority of us that understand the rule changes. I'm just trying to keep this committee on task to what it agreed to, not this committee, but during the planning session, what we all, and again, not through a vote of any kind, but through just common courtesy, having it go through each of the three committees. And that's what it was. That's what we had all nodded our head or whatever agreed to. So that's all I'm trying to do, is keep it to what we said.
And I appreciate that. It's just, according to the city attorney, we don't have the power to send it there. The motion's not in order.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
The motion of moving to affirm as long as it goes to a particular committee, that's not in order. Certainly, the sponsors could decide to not bring it to governing body if that's what they want.
Well, we don't have one of the sponsors here, so this isn't something we can resolve tonight. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Just a comment. I was under the assumption we were moving forward, or it would be going to Public Works after the study session. So I think that's problematic. The other thing is going through all these procedural rules is helpful, actually. And I think it would be helpful for counselors to have to read it as part of their learning. I know it's kind of on the job learning, but it's also reading the item, this particular item and procedural rules and actually learning it. So they would be voting with us because they've actually reviewed it. And I think the training would be easier. That's how I'm seeing it too, now that we're talking through this. Because it's helped me remind myself to say, oh yeah, that was from the old rules. This is new. Jesse's indication of what was, changed slightly or what was moved around, that was helpful for me. I think it's just helpful to actually read this as an item to vote on. And you're learning also as in the process for possible new members or new members that haven't been on the council that long. So.
All right, I appreciate that. I don't know what we do here. We don't have all the sponsors here, so I can't agree, even if, I can't speak for the other sponsor. So I don't know what you all want to do, but there's certain things we can't do, and I suppose you could vote to deny it, although the Finance Committee already approved it, so it's still going to governing body. We could talk to the sponsor or the other sponsor and make a mid-course correction outside of a meeting. I think at this point our hands are sort of tied. Councilwoman Cassett.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to recommend that, vote on this, however you'd like to vote on this, and then we can agree that we will reach out to Councilor Abeta and as the group of sponsors, we'll discuss.
Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I got a question for the city attorney.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you. Given that in both agendas, whether it's the Finance Committee and tonight's committee agenda, that it clearly states Public Works and Utilities Committee. What is the legality around that? If let's say it was a completely different item. Let's say if it was a very controversial land use case, and we said it was going to go to Public Works and Utilities, and we eventually don't do that, and we go directly to governing body. And what are the legal implications? Because we said we're going to do one thing, we're doing completely opposite.
Chairwoman Romero-Worth, Councilor Garcia, the controlling document so land use cases there's some specific rules about newspaper publication for those. So I think they fall into their own category for certain ones, like rezoning and that kind of thing. So legislative matters fall under Open Meetings Act and the publication rule of 14 days in advance of the public hearing. So this is not, when I say legislative matters, I mean bills. So ordinances, this is a resolution, so it doesn't fall under that category or the land use one. So the only rules about notice and publication that apply to resolutions are the Open Meetings Act. So we just need to make sure that the agenda for the governing body meeting or for the committee meeting on which this would appear is accurate. And that has to be posted 72 hours in advance. So Christine and Jesse, I think, have been trying as an additional public notice. They're going above and beyond by quite a bit by adding this type of information. It's not required at all.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second. Is there a discussion? Can we get a roll call?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
I'm going to abstain.
Councilor Garcia,
I'm going to abstain.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
I'll abstain.
Madam Chair Romero-Worth.
Yes. City Attorney McSherry, where does that leave us? So
Um,
all three of those abstentions are no's?
yes, that's right. So the motion.
Yes. So the motion fails 3-2. And that's under our current rules.
Madam Chair, that's, yes.
And I'll make a motion to postpone a decision on this until our first meeting of quality of life in January 2022.
Is there a second? Is that a proper motion? Postponing to a date certain.
Chairwoman Romero Worth, it won't impact this bill going to governing body, if that's the question. And yeah, so it will go, this bill will go to governing body, no matter what the vote of this committee is, really, because one committee has passed it.
Right, under our current rules.
That's correct. Unless the sponsors decide take it to Public Works, which wants to hear it. But if they decide to do that, and you all have passed this motion, it would still go to governing body in January.
Say that again, Director Attorney McSherry.
Basically, our current rules say that if an item has passed one committee, it may be put on the agenda for governing body. This item has passed one committee, so it may be put on the agenda for the governing body. The counselors may decide that they don't wish it to go to this next governing body, in which case we generally defer to the sponsors. And it sounds like Chairman Rivera for Public Works would like to hear it on his committee, and so they may decide to put it there. So either it can go to governing body next week, or the counselors can decide to put it on Public Works and not put it on governing body. And if that happens, it will definitely go to the, well, if the sponsors still want to pursue it, it would go on the meeting in the beginning of January, because it has passed one committee so far already. And those are our existing rules, which are in place until new rules are passed.
So given that information, is there a second on the motion?
Point of clarification on the motion, Councilor Garcia, you said to send it back to quality of life, or you refer, I thought we were talking about having it go to Public Works meeting.
Well, Councilwoman Villarreal, we can't send it to Public Works. If we postpone a decision on this, it will afford opportunity for the sponsors to send it to Public Works and Utilities, such as we agreed to. We as a committee can't make that determination. We could afford the opportunity and time for them to make that decision by postponing a decision on this. And that's my motion was to postpone a decision on this until our first quality of life meeting in January of 2022.
Councilor Cassett?
Counselor, we can still approve this, and we as sponsors can still decide to send it to Public Works. Postponing a decision here does not change the conversation that we as sponsors will need to have regarding Public Works and when it goes to governing body.
And in addition,
Am I correct there?
yeah, in
Yes,
addition,
and
we've
in
also-
addition, it just
Yeah.
isn't enough. It's not really, there's not a mechanism for postponing under our existing rules. This is another rule that's contemplated under the proposed rules, but this matter will go to governing body essentially under our current rules, regardless what motion this committee makes, because it already has one favorable vote. And that's all that is needed to go to governing body under our existing rules.
all right. I don't see a second. And from what I understand, even if we pass this motion, it doesn't have the desired effect. So
Madam Chair,
I think our choices are in motions. You can move to approve, or you can move to deny.
Madam Chair, I thought the other option is move to approve, sorry, move without a recommendation.
Yeah, could do that, I guess.
So. This is crazy. I mean, Councilor Garcia, I understood where what you were trying to do, but postponing it to the next quality of life seems like it wouldn't achieve what we're wanting to achieve, which is the commitment to go to the Public Works Committee. And it's already going to governing body. So if we move to postpone, sorry, move without a recommendation, then we will have to wait to hear from the sponsors, I guess, at the governing body and then vote accordingly.
Basically, it doesn't matter what we do here. The sponsors need to confer and decide what we want to do. And we don't have one of the sponsors. I can't speak for the other sponsor, so I can't make any promises.
Madam Chair, there was already a motion, so if it doesn't matter, why are you asking for another motion?
There wasn't a second.
We already took a vote on this and it didn't pass. There was a motion for approval, seconded by you, it didn't pass.
Okay.
If another motion is irrelevant, why are we entertaining one?
Councilor Cassett.
Interesting point of our rules. So if something doesn't pass, do you need a motion to deny it in order to deny it? Maybe something that we need to look at as, as a clarification as we discuss this.
Chairwoman Romero Worth, if the effect of a non-pass motion is the only other option, you don't necessarily need another motion, but if the committee would like to go on the record in the opposite direction, I don't know if those who abstained would also abstain on any motion. It's not clear. So if the committee wanted to make a motion, another motion could be appropriate. Committee does not have to.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilor Rivera.
Madam City Attorney, you just said it doesn't matter anyway, so I'm not sure what the purpose of it would be.
Councilor Romero, or Chairwoman Romero, Councilor Rivera, it would just be to put a vote on the record. So we do keep the minimum minutes are recording votes of the committee, but that would be the only purpose. It won't have an impact on whether it is eligible to go to the governing body, but it would be recorded as either having two committees in support, one committee in support, one committee in opposition, one committee in support. So it could help inform the public of the status of the legislation.
Okay, if I will pause for a moment to see if there's another motion. If there isn't another motion, we'll just let it stand. And since I don't see another motion, we're going to move on. All right. We're on to item Q.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Clarifying our agenda. Item K, I know there's some folks that were wanting to hear that, and I actually messed up because I meant to pull that. That was the budget adjustment for Planning and Land Use Department, because I thought that it would be helpful to have additional information, especially with new members, and the vote wasn't unanimous in finance. And I'm looking at PrimeGov, I skipped over it because there's so many items. So I don't know if anyone would be willing to add that to the agenda for discussion.
We've
or-
already approved our agenda for the night.
Okay, well, I'm just letting folks know that we are going to be discussing it, that's on listening to this, that we're not hearing it then, and then we'll take up the issues in, I guess, the governing body meeting. So I apologize for missing it because I had intended to pull it off, but
Okay, we move on to item Q. Request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution in the city attorney's office in the amount of $149,883, including salaries and benefits, to fund and create one new FTE, IPRA manager, and transfer 2 positions from the Community Engagement City Clerk Department to the city attorney's office. Aaron McSherry is here, and I believe Counselor Garcia pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. City Attorney McSherry, can you give me an overview? And it just kind of goes over withdrawing of the positions. What are the positions that are leaving? Why are we pulling them? Why are just this is a presentation, so to speak, for lack of better words.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to. The main change here is really creating the IPRA manager. That's a position that does not exist. So it is a new FTE to the city based on the rapid increase of numbers of IPRAs we have. Right now, we have 2 full-time FTEs that are 100% dedicated to IPRAs. When we first brought the Next Request software on board, which was last June, so June 2020, the first month we only received about 200 on that system, which is a lot still. That's still more than any state agency I've worked with. And I worked with Department of Health, which is the largest state agency in New Mexico. We were not receiving 1,000 per year. But here, our first month with Next Request, we received 200 requests. We are now receiving almost 800, 600 or 700 requests per month. Those 2 employees are overwhelmed. So this is really about a capacity issue, and it's a statutory requirement for us to respond within a reasonable period of time. So within 3 days, we have to make contact of some sort to let someone know either we're not able to respond in 3 days, and then provide what's called a 3-day letter. So all of those have to receive that minimum level of response. Then we're collecting all the records, redacting, et cetera. As we create more records about certain things, videos for police, that kind of thing, this task has become more and more arduous. So that's the main change. The other 2 positions are existing positions, one of which is that FTE that's fully assigned to IPRAS currently. He's currently in the city clerk's office. He was formerly at the police department. His title is PIO/IPRA specialist. It turns out he doesn't have time to do anything but IPRA. He's one of those 2 people. So when we found that out, we realized that really he's been working with the records custodian in my office and some of my paralegals whenever they have extra time to help out to do IPRAs. So he's already 100% assigned to IPRA. This would just be bringing him to work with the people he's already working with. So that's 2 of the 3. The third one is the position that was the council, one of the 2 council liaisons. And the idea is to specialize those 2 council liaisons, one making it more of a policy person, and the other one would remain in the city clerk's office and do more of the administrative and I think Christine, who's on right now, would be the better one to describe what's contemplated for that position. The position that would move into the city attorney's office would continue to work on policy matters, but be able to specialize on those more and be less administratively involved. So we would look for someone who was interested primarily in those areas, like looking at ordinances in other jurisdictions, doing comparisons and research. That person was Jennifer Falbion previously, who did a lot of those tasks. And organically, she had been working with me. She'd been working with my staff on legal issues, and she'd been working with Jesse and Jeff on legislative matters. So this would be bringing that position and more closely associating them with the people that they've already been working with, particularly since they'd be more focused on those areas where we need to collaborate. So that's the primary purpose. The biggest need, honestly, is the IPRA manager, and I'm very worried about that program and the risks to the city. We need to find a way to better screen certain records to make sure we're redacting anything that's protected for victims in criminal situations, for children in criminal situations, and those types of situations. And that's my highest priority of all of this. And the other 2 things are really kind of creating affinities and putting people with the teams that they're already working with.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. And I guess maybe my question is there a reason why we just can't create the IPRA position for you? Why do we have to do the absorbing of a position from one department to the other?
So it's two positions. It's both. One is creating a manager, and that's a totally new position. And the other one is bringing the person who's also doing entirely IPRS, who was formerly at the police department and is now in the clerk's office. We had moved them in this last budget. I think the idea was that we had hoped that there was some capacity in that position to also do some PIO work. He is overwhelmed with IPRA right now. My staff has been helping, but I am down the municipal paralegal right now, who had been primarily helping with police records because she works with police records. She had worked with police records, so she was the one with the most natural affinity to assist. So right now we're not really able to assist much with IPRA from our paralegal staff because I've got 2 paralegals covering 3 spots. But even with that coverage, those 2 employees are hesitant to take leave. They feel badly about it. They are extremely stressed out. And I'm worried about the city's capacity to keep up. Albuquerque has 8 people doing the job that we have 1 person doing. We are not 1/8 of the size of Albuquerque. So the proportions are off. And their staff, I understand, are extremely busy as well.
No, I definitely understand the capacity and workload issues. I guess my question is there a reason why we can't just create these new positions for you? Why do we have to pull from one department to yours? Because I completely agree with you, and I wholly advocate that we do need the support for IPRA. But I'd hate to pull positions from the constituent services because there's also capacity issues there, and I'd hate to pull when we then start to see it in that department. Can we not have it both ways, where we keep the folks in the constituent services department, but then we get you the folks for IPRA? Can we not do that?
Chairwoman Romero Worth, Councilor Garcia. You would need to add money.
I think we can, right?
There would need to be more
positions right now. I don't see a reason why we couldn't add that position. I'd hate for us.
So we are adding a position. That is the primary change in this proposal. So absolutely, that is absolutely what I'm asking for. And I absolutely appreciate your support on that point. The position who's doing IPRA in the Constituent Services Office has always been doing IPRA. Before he arrived, he was at the police department doing police IPRAs. He's now at Constituent Services, still doing police IPRAs. And he will come to my office if this passes, also still doing police IPRAs, but he'd have some help. He'd have the collaboration, which he's already gotten informally, but he'd have it more formally because he'd be officially part of the team, and he would have an IPRA manager as well. So the only thing that's changing is who approves time for him, who has day-to-day management. And it's changed once this year already. So it's honestly been probably a little, hectic for that employee. And we just really have now come to understand the amount of work that employee has, and we would like to help him
I
by
completely
giving him
understand.
some teammates.
And I think I don't know if I can get an answer to that. Why can't we keep the positions in constituent services, but add these additional positions for you? And in particular, the individual that's currently doing the work, just change him into this newly created job. But the position that's with constituent services stay there. Because my concern is we're also seeing an increase in the CRM requests and everything else dealing with constituent support. And I don't want us to then be in a bind because we took a position from there. I'm advocating let's put these positions on your books without having to take them from constituent services. And is there a way we can do that? I mean, and there's nothing prohibiting it from what I'm hearing. Is we just need to allocate the resources to do so.
Chairwoman Romero Worth, Councilor Garcia, I want to make sure that Clerk Mihalcik has an opportunity too, but I think it would just be another bar. If you want to add another position to somewhere in the city, it would be in the budget, or it would be getting someone to ask for a bar. So I defer to Clerk Mahalsek.
Yeah, let me bring in the city clerk. And the thing about it, this is what I think I'm hearing from the city attorney is that time is of the essence. We need to get this established. Another bar would, put us into January. So, city clerk. Your
Thank you.
hand.
Yes, Chairwoman and Councilor Garcia, some quick clarifications. One is this position actually has never really, is not in constituent services. This was a communication position. So it's actually never added capacity to constituent services or our team. That was the idea, was it was at PD and the title was already split, public information and IPRA. And so the idea was to bring that position to community engagement with the reorg to provide additional communication support, like press releases, social media, PD outreach, those types of things. Because of the shift in IPRAs and the huge increase we kind of saw around this time, that position actually never was able to add communication capacity and essentially switched completely to IPRAs 100%. So I'm all for added capacity. You are correct. We are down, but I do just want to clarify that that was one of the reasons why this kind of transition was proposed with the new creation of the records manager, was that we're basically just putting the position in the right place. So it won't be, it never worked in constituent services. It never helped with CRM capacity. It was strictly a communication, actually, capacity kind of request that essentially just didn't come to fruition because of the need for IPRAs. And obviously that is, as Attorney McSherry mentioned, a legal requirement. And it's something that we're inundated with. So while I second the support for positions, I do just want to note that because I don't want to be misleading in that it was a position that just hasn't actually been able to give us capacity in the originally intended way. So if that's helpful, I did want to add that.
It is. I definitely appreciate the clarification. Thank you, City Attorney McSherry and City Clerk Mahalsek. No other questions, Madam Chair.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
I'm going to abstain because I still want to get some clarification on structure from staff. Thank you.
Councilor Garcia,
I've got to abstain. I still got to wrap my head around this. I think we can do both. We don't, so.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes, but I do agree with Councilor Garcia.
Madam Chair O'Meara-Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, we're on to item R. Item R, request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution in the city manager's office of the general government department in the amount of $72,330, including salaries and benefits, to fund an existing and unfunded chief of staff position. I believe our city manager is here, and both Councilors Garcia and Rivera pulled this item. We'll start with Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just, I guess, couple quick clarification questions. Wasn't the position in the city manager's office a deputy city manager, not a chief of staff?
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, no, this is the position that was on the books in 2020. It had originated in the mayor's office. It got moved to the city manager's office in the 2020 budget. There had been a lot of discussion about whether it should be a deputy city manager or a chief of staff. What's on the books is a chief of staff. I was in the process of hiring that. We'd gone out, we'd posted. We were about to hire that position under the direction of the city manager when COVID hit in March of 2020. So then it was unfunded and then has sat vacant the whole time. So it is that same position you're thinking of. Nothing has changed, but the title is Chief of Staff.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then I think just Bernadette on by chance?
Madam Chair, Counselor Garcia, unfortunately, she is at urgent care. She is not well, but.
Oh, no, I hope, oh man, I hope she's feeling better. Wish her expedited recovery, whatever.
Thank you.
Because I hadn't had time to really go back and listen, but from my understanding, so let me, I guess, City Manager LaHill, this is for half the year, right? This 70 some.
Madam Chair, Counselor Garcia, that is correct.
Okay, just because it was confirmed that the salary was $110,000, so it should be 55,000, not 70 some. Is there a
Madam
reason
Chair,
why we're going higher than what we originally stated the position was going to be funded at?
Madam Chair, Counselor Garcia, the full amount includes benefits. It's the fully loaded, so it's health benefits and all the rest. So the total salary is 144 for budget purposes. That includes benefits and all of our other items. That the take-home salary for the position is 110 if you don't include the benefits. And that's how we budget all our positions.
Okay. But I guess the position salary, I mean, minus benefits is the 110.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. With that, no other questions, Madam Chair. Thank you for the clarification, City Manager LaPenhill.
Councilor Rivera, you pulled this item, and then I'll go to Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yeah, I had requested the job description for this position since it had already been created. I got that at 4:55, so haven't really had time to look at it, so I'm not sure I can make an informed decision on this. So I'll take a look at it, and then hopefully a council will be able to make a educated vote on it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just wondering how this could work. I don't know how to explain this. So is there any support this chief of staff position will be giving to the counselors? And I'm talking about, for lack of a better explanation, when we're needing supplies, when we're needing information, when we're wanting to be signed up for something, whether it's a conference or whatnot. I'm asking this because back in the days, Celeste used to do this for us, and it was very helpful. And now we have nobody to help us with this. And so for a while there, we have to defer to sometimes the assistant to the mayor to help with that. And so I'm just curious where you're seeing, if you're seeing any support for us in that realm with this position. Yeah, I guess I'll stop there.
Madam Chair, Counselor Villarreal, I think that the need for support for counselors is very real. One of the things I mentioned at the Finance Committee on Monday, we talked a lot about, the communication piece, right? There's a lot of stuff that counselors aren't getting on the front end or ahead of time. And that's one of the key functionalities of this position, really being able to help drive some of the strategic priorities, the strategic initiatives. Some of what you're referring to on the administrative side, I don't know that would be this position, but it also may not be. I mean, I think what you're feeling, what I think this, we're all experiencing is some of the pretty, dire cuts we took during COVID, we haven't filled back up when it was a much more robust operation, and now it's a party of one. We're trying to bring it back up, but it's not the full complement. But I do think that there is some of the pieces listed in the job description include, coordinating day-to-day operations of city manager's office, major effective implementation around major city initiatives, communication, preparation to support council. So I think that there is some of the purely administrative stuff, maybe not, but because it is, so I don't have a perfect answer to your question, but I think one of the intentions certainly around having this position is to increase communication and engagement with the counselors, because even with the reorg, which was huge, the city manager, it went from 17 direct reports to 10, but then you add in 8 city councilors, and there's just a lot of people to be in direct contact with. And so I think that's part of what the intention of this position is to help build that capacity and make sure that counselors are getting the information and support that they need from the city manager's office.
That's good to hear. And I'm also wanting to know who's going to provide us with administrative support, because even with these new potential policy analysts, et cetera, that are supposed to be supporting council, they're not necessarily going to do that. They haven't in the past. Community engagement doesn't support us with that. So I think we need to think about that, like who's going to support us with that, whether it's this chief of staff position. Hopefully they don't think they're above that, but I think administrative support is needed for us. And I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it's just like, there's just something I need. Who do I direct it to? And usually I end up having to ask Mary, who's busy, and she usually helps out. So I think that's something I want to figure out. And I don't know if it's the chief of staff, but I'm hoping that somehow we're able to structure that. And I'll talk with the city clerk about that more as well when I talk about structure. So thank you.
Other questions from the committee?
Madam Chair, there was one more. I'm sorry. Can you reaffirm for me about who makes up the hiring committee for this position, since it's specifically for the city manager? And if the mayor's involved?
Madam Chairwoman, Councilor Villarreal, this is a position that is hired by the city manager, so it goes through our standard HR processes. When I started this process before, it was posted, a series of interviews, 2 rounds. So this is within our sort of standard hiring. There would be a panel of interviews as created. So it is not, it is a city manager hire.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second? So I'll second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes, and I'd like to see the position description, please.
Me too, please.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes, and I'd also like that job description as well. Thank you.
Councilor Rivera,
I'll abstain.
and Madam Chair Omer-Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. We are now on to V, as in Victor. V, request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution in the Parks Division of the Public Works Department in the amount of $242,804 to fund Parks capital operating expenses. And Councilor Garcia, you pulled this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How's it going, Director McDonald? I guess my question is, what is this going to cover? Because 242,000 isn't a lot. I don't see this can go a long way, and I know there's a lot on your plate that needs to be addressed. And if more money needs to be there, now is the time. I think we've heard everything from Regal Park to the golf course to, I mean, the list can go on. And I guess, what are we going to cover with the 242K?
Sorry, Chairman Romero Worth, Councilor Garcia, thank you very much for your concern. I've been working very closely with the Public Works Director to make sure that all of our items are covered. This particular bar is really meant to be expended this fiscal year, and it would tackle the replacement of the Regal slide, which I know you're very familiar with, and you've been on top of that, as many of the other councilors have, and we're really eager to get that replaced. It also looks at weed control. We did have some money budgeted for weed control, but we felt we were a little short because that budget was done, prior to COVID. So this is filling a gap. And then it also is looking at some fencing that we'd like to put in Regal Park that will help the T-ball teams. We're moving a lot of our T-ball activities over there, and the leagues have requested that we bring those up to code as much as possible. So it's going to do a little bit of that. And then we also are looking at some benches, replacing some benches. So we feel that this will help us meet some of our gaps. We can always use more money, but we also have to make that right align with the amount of people we have to spend the money. So we think this is a good list.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Director McDonald. And if there is more resources needed, I would say now is the time. Whether it's the influx of the GRT we've gotten, or some of the federal resources that will be coming down. And I know you're well on top of making prioritization lists. And so I appreciate that. And I think time is of the essence, and I appreciate your attention to this. No other questions. If no other counselors have any questions, I'll go ahead and motion to approve.
Second.
Councilwoman Burial.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this fully, and I also agree, Director McDonald, if there's other needs that didn't make it into this, we're happy to support that. I got a message from somebody today about a failing bridge, and I don't know if that comes from another source, but I know there's other sources that we're working with, so it may not just be this through GRT funds, but there's other funds that we're also utilizing. So that's great. The only question I had was in your memo. Was this your memo? Did you have more details? Like in the background information, or just justification for why you want this mid-year budget adjustment?
I believe that the memo is behind the bar. And this is the mid-year budget. Yes, this is the justification. Mm-hmm.
So everything that you wanted to state in there was stated?
Yes.
Okay. My issue with most of these memos, all of the memos, in fact, is I really appreciated the issue item. And then we go into background, and it's that cut and paste that doesn't help me at all to figure out like what your different department needs are. And so I'm not blaming you, Director McDonald. I know there was an actual like memo that you all had to submit. I know we don't necessarily have to see all those memos that are internal, but a lot of that information is very helpful for us to realize
We still got.
what's the issue,
Bill.
what's the item,
He's here.
what's the background, and the background based on your department, not the financial performance report. So I'm just making that statement because I'd like us to, if there's a way to actually add more information, this is not for Director McDonald, but for Director McCoy. Because I don't know if the finance department wrote these memos, and they just took some of the stuff that was written by the department heads, but it's from the Public Works Department Director and Melissa McDonald. So if there's anything that wasn't provided for us, it would be helpful. Because some of these were very sparse. This one was actually more detailed. It was helpful for me. There was others that just said, we need this. And then I'm like, where's the background information? And it wasn't there. And the background information was not the same. It was the cut and paste that I didn't want. So I'm just making a statement. You don't have to respond unless you have something to say, Director Wheeler. If there's something that wasn't added in this, I'd like to know more.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilor Villarreal for the question. I would reiterate, I think what Director McDonald said, which is that this request is really shaped for what can be accomplished this year. So with our capacity and what the priorities are coming in from the community, largely based on like CRMs and feedback and, you know, critical needs, the Regal slide, like, and then I did want to say, to put it into context, as the counselors have sort of indicated, there are other funding sources and other prioritization lists that Director McDonald has already provided. I've got a draft of the next GRT bond, which will address many, many maintenance needs. There's over $4 million of requests there for the golf course and parks, as well as, you know, a bunch for our facilities and Genevieve Chavez and Main Library and a whole bunch. So yes, that there, you know, we are systematically leveraging funding opportunities to really address the broad needs in the park. So thank you so much for your support for that. And yeah, that's a little bit more background as well.
Yep. Thank you, Director Wheeler. Yeah, I just want the public to know that this is not all that we're asking for, and all the other needs, like even with the Rail Yard Park, which has tremendous needs. We actually have funding that has been allocated or will be allocated to be able to support those needs. So just want to make that clear. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions from the committee? Is there a motion?
We had
We have a motion in a second.
Oh, sorry. A roll call vote's next.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, we're on to item Z. A resolution allocating an additional 4.7 acre feet of available water from the city existing water supply to Seiler Yard located at 1218 Seiler Road. Alexandra Ladd is here. And I believe, let's see, this is Z. Councilor Garcia and Councilor Rivera pulled this item. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Ladd, hey, how's it going? Mr. Werwath? Just got a quick question because I didn't see it in the packet, or maybe I did. Regards to the 4.7 yards, how are we coming up with that number?
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, that is
Or
the
acre
number
feet,
that
I'm
was,
sorry.
yeah,
Sorry.
that was the number that estimated in the water budget that was provided by our water staff.
Okay. And I guess, Mr. Werwath, 4.7, and I think that's I mean, from my understanding, that's a lot. That's usually, well, I can understand 4.7 for 65 units. I mean, for the laundry, leasing, community space, landscaping, do you anticipate using that much water, or do you want to be good stewards of our finite resources and try to bring that down as much as possible?
Yeah. Chair, Councilor Garcia, thanks for the opportunity to speak about this. I'm not a water expert, so I can't honestly tell you. We are actually going to use how much water we use regardless. This is about waiving the transfer fees, which are actually an issue that relates to how we treat different types of affordable housing projects. The nuance here is that rental projects have their water use for the units exempted. When we do a single family affordable home, all the landscaping and laundry and everything related to that home is included in that dwelling unit waiver. This issue arose because we, in the case of affordable rental projects, do not exempt the transfer fee for the common elements of the project because of the way the ordinance is written, which is actually probably counterintuitive to what we're trying to achieve around water conservation, because these units use far less water per unit than, say, a single family home would. It's just the nature that we have to have them, one, landscaping on separate meters, and two, in this case, we actually put all the laundry facilities into a shared facility to try and save water and energy. And if we had put them in the unit, they'd be covered under the dwelling unit exemption. So that's the irony. This is a little loophole in the way the ordinance is written. I've been advocating to our elected leaders to consider updating our ordinance to provide something like what we do with land use fees, where you would provide a pro rata waiver for the percentage of the project's affordability for all the water, because even people in rental projects still need laundry, still need landscaping, etc. So that water budget was created by the water department, and it is based on probably assumptions around commercial uses. These are actually amenities only for residents within the project. I anticipate those uses to be considerably lower than what those are budgeted for. But I think, you know, for safety's sake, I trust the water department in their calculations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Werweth. And on the topic of the recommendations you've made, reach out to me offline. I'd definitely like to listen a little more to you on that and see what we can actually do on the matter. With that, just wish you all the best as this complex is about to open up, from what I understand.
First folks should be moving in Monday unless we get hit by a meteor, which is thoroughly possible given what we've been through with the pandemic and construction. So.
Well, let's not jinx ourselves and hope a meteor's not coming our direction. And I wish you and all the folks that are moving in on Monday all the best. And thank you for taking on this project. With that, no other comments, Madam Chair.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Ladd, we've already donated, and I've supported this project from the beginning. So even years and years ago when Mr. Werweth first started, but we donated the land already to them, which was a substantial donation. And now we're asking for more. So I'm wondering why the water talked about initially. Were we thinking that we were going to have to subsidize water as well when this first started?
Madam Chair, Councilor, the provision of water is for affordable housing is in 3 different places in our code. So we discuss it in the land use code, we discuss it in the housing code, and we discuss it in the water code. Affordable housing is considered something that is meeting a public interest, and therefore to provide water, not require developers to bring water for those projects in order to support that public good. The assumption was always that this project, like all of our single family home projects, would get 100% free water. I believe that there is filled out easily. Sorry, my internet apparently is unstable. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
It was always assumed that this project would have free water. The fact that it wasn't possible to do the water budget so that the mixed use buildings, the buildings that had both residential uses and other uses, were to just fill that gap between the residential units and the non-residential uses.
All right. And Mr. Werweth, can you talk about the landscaping that you use? I assume it's drip irrigation and
Chris?
probably landscaping that doesn't take a lot of water. Yes.
She was talking to her husband, Chris.
I think they're trying to fix their internet problem.
A little confusing.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair, Councilor Rivera. Yes, we've worked with Surroundings, the local landscape architecture firm, to have a very water efficient landscaping plan. It is all on drip irrigation. We also have extensive design within the site to capture stormwater and provide natural watering for low water use plantings. Just to add a little more clarification, yes, these were things that were never in our budget. We just went forward assuming that when we understood that the city provides water for affordable housing projects, that it meant the whole project, not just the dwelling units. We did pay $50,000 that wasn't in our budget for utility expansion charges, which are another piece of the water that is not covered. So that was an unforeseen cost increase. I think it's also helpful to understand what a project like this goes through in terms of costs over the life cycle. So when you approve this project and you approve the donation of land back in December of 2018 or January 2019, the project cost was $16.5 million. By the time this project's completed, the actual cost of this project is going to be more close to $18.9 million. All of that gap funding that we have figured out how to cover, value engineer, provide on an organizational basis. One of the issues with this particular small chunk of funding was that at the time we fill out our water budget and application for ACD, the agreement to construct and dedicate the extension of the city's water system, which was also part of what you guys funded, we paid that $50,000, which part of it is to pay the city to oversee the installation of the infrastructure that you guys paid for. The city also was supposed to apparently notify us at that time of this water right expansion charge. And it wasn't until actually a few weeks ago when we went to get our water meters that we were notified that we owed this money and that they wouldn't release those meters until we owed this money. And it actually resulted in a few-week delay on people moving in. So there was actually a process issue, which I think has since been resolved. And it's been expressed to me by Director Roach that that is the proper process would be that you would be notified at the ACD time what your water rights liability would have been. At that point, we should have been able to address it at that time and gotten a waiver then. I still think the best thing to do would be to treat rental projects the same as we treat homeownership projects and waive all of their water rights obligations. Because again, this is much more water efficient on a per unit basis than any single family housing being built. This is the type of water use that we want to promote in future growth and development. And also, frankly, operating rental housing in Santa Fe is incredibly expensive already because of water, because of other overhead costs. And so anything we can do to help lower the development cost helps us on the back end because it means our mortgage is lower.
All right. Well, I'm glad to see that the units are done and people are going to be moving in starting Monday. It's been a long process. So thank you for getting it done. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the hard work. It's been, like I said, a long time coming. So thank you.
Thank you for all your support, sir.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Cassett, a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes, and I'm asking again to be a co-sponsor.
I got that down. Councilor Garcia,
Yes, please add me as a co-sponsor as well.
okay. Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, we are on to item AA, resolution establishing certain criteria for selection of a purchaser of the Las Estrellas property, including a local preference and other minimum criteria. We have Terry Lease, the asset development manager. I don't know if we have Andrea Salazar, but we do have the city attorney. And who else did I see here that might be weighing in on this? Maybe that's it. So, and I believe Councilwoman Villarreal, you pulled this item.
Yes, thank you,
And
Madam.
welcome welcome Counselor Vihil Coppler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just wanted to get another opportunity to get more clarity on what the vision was around this resolution and the intention. We had talked about Las Estrellas and supporting a local preference. And so I wanted to hear more, not just from the sponsor, but also from Director Brown, because I believe there was support for this through the Economic Development Department to be able to have local preference, knowing that there are certain things that may be out of our control, but at least the giving priority to local preference for the application of development, that was something that your department supported. So maybe I guess it would be helpful to just to give context if Councilwoman Vihil Coppler can share her intention on this. Thank you.
Councillor Villarreal, are you calling on me or are you calling on Mr. Brown first? I'm not sure.
Oh, I think maybe it'd help for your context.
Okay.
Maybe.
Thank you. Well, this idea hatched itself some months ago, or even no, it's been more than a year actually, something like that. But anyway, the local builders approached me. I know they approached Mr. Brown about feeling like they couldn't compete when the RFP was prepared prior, because as they put it, there's not a single builder who could write a $4 million check. And perhaps if they maybe could pool their resources to help to see if they could compete, that would be very helpful. But the biggest concern they had and was really to preserve the economic development opportunities that local builders would bring to the city by keeping the funds internal to the city. And that is that, as you hire a local builder or a group of local builders that go on in on something together, it has a multiplier effect where the tradespeople, the associated industries, many of which are written into this resolution, would keep on giving, so to speak. We have to remember that our local builders are not necessarily, and I know a lot of them, some of them are one-person shops and some of them are a little bit bigger, but we really don't have a lot, they don't really have a lot of capacity to write a $4 million check. So the idea was to give local builders a local preference in the RFP process. That doesn't mandate a selection, but it helps them to compete in a market in which they do business and in which they live. We just had help, I think it was Small Business Saturday, support your small businesses. And we have to remember our local builders. And if you take a look, and I know Miles Conway, the executive director of the association, can probably pinpoint those small builders that are, they're small businesses. And so that was the idea, to keep things in our own economy. And you may not know this, but the large builders, I know one of them, which certainly I have done business with in my career. They're very external to other states. You use their title companies, their lenders, their realtors, and that money goes out of state. Not to say that's a bad thing, but the local builder interest is certainly to help them do business in a city in which they live, work, and thrive, and to help to keep the economy that's generated by building construction within our own city. So that was really, in a nutshell, the intent of this. It's not, I know we've had many discussions with the city attorneys, and I know that Ms. McSherry has been involved in some of them, and Andrea Salazar has been involved, and this has gone through many iterations. But the main point that I heard, because we did have this go through several drafts, even before what we came with here today, and the idea was always with some of the ideas was you can't micromanage the RFP process. But if we keep this as resolutions are intended, it's a wish, it's a desire to give local preference where we can. And then the RFP evaluators, we cannot micromanage them, but have them do the best that they can. And if they decide that in their evaluation that local builders aren't possible, then that's their purview. So the Economic Development Advisory Committee like this idea. They like the idea of stimulating our local economy if indeed we had local builders that could work within the Santa Fe Estates master plan and covenants and such, that it would be a real boon to our economy. And it shows that, the city is doing our part in helping them to succeed. And Mr. Brown, if you want to correct me or add anything to that, I'd be happy to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Council Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As Councilor Koppler had said, this has been a long journey. It's been over a year and a half that we've been talking about the Las Estrellas Master Plan. So I wanted just to state that I'm in agreement with the fact that we do want to stress a local preference, and we are constrained in a lot of ways by not micromanaging the RFP process from that standpoint, but we do want to make sure that we can bring an economic benefit to our community through our local contractors. As you know, we are full of contractors and lots of construction now, but we still want to look at this large parcel that's being sold with a preference to our local developers. And so I think the councilor said the right things around why this was put in front. I did want to caution that we know that this is a great idea and it's a great resolution, but there are some areas where we may not have any control. And I just want to be clear that once the RFPs come and we select a contractor, local or not, we don't have any control after the purchasing happens. So this does give our local contractors an opportunity to bid, to consolidate, get a syndicate together, work with other partners, be a lead, and get some local money into the community. But I want to make sure that everyone knows that there is a point after the contract is signed that we may not have any control. But this is our first attempt to make sure that we bring more local developers and contractors to the table for this deal.
Thank you, Rich. And I might also add that at one point in this process, former employee Sean Moody had written a very elaborate piece of many paragraphs in this resolution, which would try to offer the city up to have some control in the future. But really the idea, and it was, I thought, yeah, you're probably right, from the city attorney's office, was if we do this, we're going to be involved in this property for years and years and years, and we just really need to sell it. And so that all of that was taken out, and this is this is the intent and the spirit of the resolution is to provide a local builder preference, at least coming in the door. And it may not even be that a local builder is successful. That's part of the bidding process, and that's part of the evaluators and how they choose. But we do this in other areas. There are other cities in New Mexico who did this, but it doesn't guarantee a local builder will get selected, but at least it recognizes them maybe getting some points, or however the RFP is prepared, to give them at least some level of advantage. But I don't think it's going to be a whole lot, but it'll be something that helps them to compete. And I think the idea, again, is we've had this property on our hands for a very long time, and we need to move to sale and then go from there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the clarification. And I think it's helpful context. This is my district, and obviously we don't want to be sitting on this property for a long time. This is a challenging piece, right? This parcel we're talking about, Director Brown was the it hasn't sold because it's kind of a challenging piece to develop on, correct?
Madam Chair, Council Villarreal, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a challenging piece. It actually has a master plan.
Right.
So there are areas where affordable housing, commercial district, single family housing can be placed. So that is not as challenging as other parcels that we're working on, but it has a 90-year history of real estate deals. And we had to figure out how to close on the title. That took quite a while before we even came to you from the standpoint of the public notice of sale.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I think I'm thinking of another parcel that is really challenging in terms of the terrain. When you're talking about areas of control, based on what the resolution says, what would you tweak in order to support the premise of having a local preference, but then also realizing there's some things that are somewhat out of our control after purchasing? So is there something you'd recommend? Language?
Madam Chair, Council Villarreal, I'm going to ask the city attorney maybe to weigh in for anything I might say, but there is a we can award the parcel sale to a local developer or local contractor or a consortium of folks. But once the contract's done, our deal is complete. And they could, in turn, bring more people on, realize that it's a heavier investment than they thought, and then all of a sudden they have to bring outside forces in. But they will have met the criteria of what we have. So this local preference really just makes sure that a lot more developers who are local come to the table with an idea. I would love to suggest that they also join in hands or join together with other folks regionally or around the tri-state area to say, hey, this is something we can do when we're the lead, and that we do sort of at least see that some of it's done through the banking part, through the title part, whatever it is, to get that done. But once the purchase contract's done, we don't have the property. It's not our property anymore. And it's up to the developer to sort of make sure that they get a return on investment and they also follow the master plan. I don't know if Ms. Fischeri wants to elaborate on that, but that's sort of what I thought would be the response to that question.
Sure. Madam Chair, Councilwoman Villarreal, I think this has been alluded to a little bit by Councilor Vihel-Coppler as well. So under the existing criteria, there's not a requirement that if someone is successful as the winning bid, that they retain ownership or be the one to actually build. So I think that's the kind of complicated scheme that Mr. Moody had proposed. There could be ways we could hold funds in escrow. We could add certain contractual provisions. It would be a much more complicated business relationship. So it's not impossible. It is just a lot more difficult if we wanted to pursue that. So that's not the legal issue that I had been concerned with previously. The legal issue I was concerned with is not on the table right now. So it's that's more of a operational and management obstacle that would be, and then potentially legal if someone were to violate that agreement, right? Then we might have to try to enforce it and that type of thing as well. But it certainly would be more complicated to manage and facilitate. And it's not clear if local builders would even want to enter that type of relationship, which would, not allow them to benefit unless they were absolutely committed to building, a proportion or all of the project or something like that. So I think it's just, the strategy would be more complicated if we wanted to require a local builder in order to get the preference to also actually build or to maintain ownership for a period of time during the development, something like that.
Thank you. So, and I'd like to add that, that was, and I'll say it again, we did have that whole thing put into this bill by former employee Sean Moody, and the sentiment, at least from Ms. Andrea Salazar, was, well, that would keep the city involved in this property forever. And that's really not what the city wanted. At least that was, and I think in enough meetings where we discussed this, because we discussed this at committee before, and I'm not sure if we ever discussed it at council, but you know, the point was we needed to get out of, to move away from and be successful at selling Santa Fe Estates. Because the city attorney's office has been involved with this property for much longer than we have, more than a year and a half. And, but anyway, so that was removed from the resolution. And at this point, the builders that I have spoken to and the association, they clearly want to have the business if they are successful in competing for it. And their interest is to build. And they're very familiar with how Santa Fe does things. They'd still have to go through all the permitting processes and all of that. Not a single one of them. It's really hard to flip a $4 million property. You know, I mean, especially now it may be more because apparently there'll be a new appraisal. So, which it probably will be more because I know the market. At any rate, you know, this is something I think that again, it's a I guess a preference, a good faith attempt at involving our local builders, giving them a little bit of an edge in competition, although it's still going to be stiff competition. And but I just want to reiterate, I've never heard any of them say they want to flip. They want to build. That's how they can be successful and keep them and their families afloat, because there's building going on, but not a lot of them are local builders. I mean, small builders, small business builders. And, you know, the people that belong to the association, many of them, again, are not giant corporate builders.
Yeah.
So,
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to add something to it. Councilor Copper said, I also want the committee to know that we want to actually put this local preferences or see it as a great economic impact, because when the development starts to happen, there's probably a $50+ million investment on the back end. There's another $50 million that they will have to finance in some way. So that's why I'm saying that if the local builders can look at the deal and they're good at what they're doing, they will know that on the back end there's a larger amount of investment that needs to happen. And so we will probably not have 100% developer development. We will probably have a hybrid with these partners, because there's a way for them to look at this as a deal that they can bring to the table. And then we've had this parcel out in the public, non-public, et cetera, for quite a while. So they've been able to sort of strategize how they would approach coming in for a proposal.
Thank you. Thanks for the additional insight and perspectives. I think the one piece that wasn't clear to me in the FIR is talking about fiscal implications, and it's only talking about city receiving less for the property because of the local preference. And the association actually brought up, well, what about the actual benefit, fiscal benefit for the local preference and what it will do as it relates to our economy, local economy. And so I think that's a valid point, and the FIR should take that into account and actually have a counter perspective on that, because I think that is a important fiscal implication. So I'll yield the floor for now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cassett.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay, so a couple things. So when it says preference of up to 6% for local purchasers using local lenders, purchasers using local title insurance companies, and then purchasers using local builders. So it's possible that there's a local purchaser who would be different than the builders. Am I understanding that correctly? Because it sounds like those could be four separate different categories. Am I understanding that correctly?
Madam Chair, Council Cassett, I'm going to introduce Terry Lease, our Asset Development Manager. He's been sort of leading the charge on this resolution with the City Attorney's Office. So maybe Mr. Lease could answer your question around how this piece is had. But even though I know that the City Attorney's Office actually worked with Council Vito Coppler on the pieces that are inside this this resolution. So, Mr. Lees, I don't know if you have a question, answer for that.
Thank you, Rich. Madam Chair, Councilwoman Cassett. Yes, it's split into 4 separate areas. The way this was presented to me to put together the framework for the competitive process was not an RFP, but an invitation to bid. So really, most of the focus is on the bid price. And the way the preference would work is we would add a dollar amount to each bid price who qualified for the local bid. Think of it more as a credit, because really to determine who the successful bidder is, once a successful bidder is identified, they're not going to pay, they will pay the bid price that they actually bid. The credit for the preference is, like I say, just a credit to determine the final value there.
Right. No, I understand that piece. And so my understanding is that there's 4 separate categories, and I believe it's 1.5% for each category, correct? So if they're just a local purchaser, but they're going to use everything, all other 4 categories not local, they would only get a 1.5% bump on their bid price. Am I understanding that correctly? And they could mix and match any matter of the sort. So I guess it sounds like for the local purchaser, I understand somebody could turn around and sell it. And Council Vito Coppler, you might be the person to answer part of this question, is that if somebody is coming in and they say, hey, here's my lender that I have lined up, here is my title insurance company, and here are the builders that I'm going to use, the purchaser will stay the same. Can any of those change after we have already sold the property? So say they're coming in, we're giving them a full 6%, the purchaser's local, could they, after we've already signed the contract and agree, then not go local with any 3 of those categories?
Well, thank you for the question. It's as was said earlier, you cannot control what happens in the future. Now, we wanted to go down that road, but then it gets very complicated. It keeps the city involved in this transaction for many, many years. The purchaser in our minds was always going to be builders. And the reason for requesting that they use local business entities to fully implement the transaction, like the title companies and such, is because that's where you get your multiplier effect. That's where the economy multiplies when you use all these local entities. And that was also implemented. The idea was because we have very large scale builders in Santa Fe. Some of them have come and gone. We still have one very large scale builder who uses their own industry representatives. They have their own title companies. They have their own realtors. They have their own lenders. And they're from out of state. And so when you do a transaction, you're not really doing business with anyone in Santa Fe. You're doing it with out of state people. There's nothing wrong with that. But the intent of this resolution was to keep the economy churning within our own city. And so that's the reason. Now, I get your point. I understand that could happen, but in any of the communication discussions that I've had with any of our local builders, any of the association, our builders want the work. They want to do business in Santa Fe. That's what they do. They build, they don't flip. And so they truly, or those that I've talked to, are truly interested in keeping the economy in Santa Fe because it helps them too. It helps all of us. And it contributes to the gross receipts. It does have a multiplier effect. And, there's a leap of faith. There's some trust here, but we can't control the future for any one of anybody, but I cannot, being in real estate, I cannot even think of a time where someone like the local builder buys a property, a big piece of property with this huge price tag, and thinks that they can make money flipping it, even, they'd have to wait many, many years to make that money back. So that could happen, but it's not a great business decision. I'll say that. But I understand your concern. The only way we could have controlled for that was using Sean Moody's formula, and that was just not something that the city attorney's office was recommending, because again, the city wants to reap its rewards from selling this property and then move on. And it's taken quite a bit of staff time. I'm sure Ms. McSherry will attest to that. So.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand the purpose behind it and the intention. It's I think I'm struggling with this because it doesn't have to be a builder that purchases. It could just be a purchaser, and they could be, I'm a local purchaser, and they could come to the table and say, I'm going to use local builders, I'm going to use local XYZ, and then not, because it doesn't have to be a builder, because a purchaser could come in with a higher bid price, get a boost. And so even that, I think that that's where I'm really struggling, is I really like the concept. I really like the idea of how do we keep this local, but I'm struggling because I don't understand how we get from A to B. And I think that's where I'm really running into challenges with the implementation of, if that's going to occur and it doesn't have the multiplying effect, then I would rather have the extra money in our general fund, and that kind of balancing out those unknowns.
Well, if I could interject here just a minute. If we do nothing, then yeah, I mean, that is what happens. That could happen. It probably will happen, where, the one with the highest dollar, without any offsetting criteria for anyone else, and that's how it was before, could come in and they can do the same thing. And in fact, it would be pretty much a guarantee, but all of that money with the builders that I know that can compete right now for this, that's definitely the money potentially going out. And this is just giving our local builders a little bump, and I maybe they wouldn't qualify in the end. Who knows? I don't know. But if we do nothing and just move forward like we were already before, because we did have RFI before, then I think we would have missed a potential opportunity to at least have a little bit more of a competitive edge. But you're right, that could happen either or, with or without.
Right.
And
Well,
so-
I think that's kind of the question of the risk for us of, if we don't get all the local benefits, if something happens and then we've missed out on general fund dollars that we get to put towards the many things that we have, that's the unintended consequence that I do get concerned about. Now, I do have another question. What is considered local? Can I get the definition? Is it the city? Is it the county? Is it the state?
I believe they have to have a business license in the city of Santa Fe.
And Madam Chair, can I interject for just to answer part of a question? Okay, Councilor Cassidy, I want to go backwards one bit to your earlier statement before I can answer the question that I think that Councilor Beal-Koppler already answered about the city license. But keep in mind that this transaction has 4 layers of economic impact. The first layer is the sale of the property. That comes into our general fund. The second layer is the actual development cost, what they call the subsidy and the entitlements. That could, if the developer is not local, that could leach out to other areas of the country, because some of the money will stay in the city, but some will go back to the operating company's local headquarters. The third bucket is the actual sale of the properties that are developed. So that then comes back into our coffers through tax, et cetera. And then there is the economic benefit of the buyer, the home buyer, and the commercial buyer in the community. So we have 4 layers of economic impact that I want to just make sure you understand when we look at this deal. It's a long-term play. And then also I want to also add something that I didn't express before, is that one of the criteria we have on this bid process is that the developer and builder has to have the financial viability to develop the land, the parcel. So it's not just the $4 million plus the appraised value. They have to show financial viability to actually develop the parcel. So this preference does help the developer. Again, I said, I think they will bring a consortium to the table, because it's not just that one piece of investment they need to make in the land. They need to have the financial viability or show it in their response that they can develop through. So I just forgot to add that to the discussion, but I wanted to let you know, and the fact that there are 4 ways where there plays into economic impact for the sale of property.
Yes, thank you. And that's laid out in the resolution, but thank you for calling it out that there was the minimum criteria, which was being able to, well, somewhere in there, that it does show that they have to be able to show. Now, when you say the developer and the builder,
interchangeably.
Okay, or the purchaser who might be using other builders, correct? Right? There might be a purchaser who's hiring builders. That's a possibility?
Madam Chair, that's correct. You could have an individual investor. We have a lot of very wealthy citizens here, and they may just buy thinking that that's the number, but keep in mind the long game of it's about 50 million plus to actually develop, because it's a master plan.
Okay.
So they just can't sort of scribble on a napkin. They have to really follow this plan through.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm just really struggling with it. Feels like, can you give me some examples of how this is structured? You mentioned that there's other cities that do this. Can you give me some examples of those other cities and what that looks like for them? Or if you're not able to now, maybe at a later time.
Madam Chair, I think that Council Vito Koppler had mentioned that. I don't have any history. Maybe Mr. Lees does, but I don't.
I'll just mention, I don't know the names of the other cities. I could ask. I asked a municipal attorney who has experience statewide representing municipalities. So I can further ask. I didn't ask what cities do this. My question to him was, do other cities do this?
Right. I'd actually be really curious, looking at other cities that have done this and if it has worked and what, because again, the concept is something I very much support, and I'm just not feeling, I don't feel as confident that, there's this kind of, nothing that we do ever has a guarantee, but that I would just be really curious to hear what other cities have done and how they have made it work to kind of better guarantee that there's a follow through. And I would be really interested to learn more about that. I don't know if City Attorney's Office, when you guys were looking at this, if anybody did any research there.
Chairwoman Romero and Councilwoman Cassett. Issue I was looking at was duration of resident business. So we modeled this primarily after our local preference for purchasing. And now that it's essentially equivalent, I'm comfortable with it because we're requiring certain criteria. There's a way to contextualize it almost as a procurement. We're getting certain things. We're getting someone who commits to the master plan in exchange for a certain amount. There's an exchange of value. I am not aware specifically of towns that do this. However, if we were not going out to a competitive process, the city could just pick a purchaser without any criteria. So knowing that, and knowing that you could just select a local purchaser, we know that having that preference is allowed.
Right.
But I am not aware of a specific, I did look in case law about duration of residency and didn't find anything immediately. I didn't continue to do that research because we've removed that part of it. But I didn't come across anything in particular on this subject. Local preferences do have some constitutional issues, but at least to the extent that we offer the preference for our procurement amount of the 6%, I feel comfortable defending.
Right.
Because that has been our standard that we've dealt with in terms of a local preference in other business relationships that are arguably analogous. So, but going beyond that, I'm not sure.
Interesting.
And Madam Chair, if I may, Councillor Cassett, there is a New York Times article about cities struggling with selling land. I don't have it in front of me, but I didn't want to cite it because I didn't read the whole article, but I remember that it did come up that there's a issue around governments selling properties because they all have different criteria, they all have different issues. Sometimes you own the land, sometimes you own the building, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a complexity there, but we do see this as just another way to keep the public notice out there. But also, if you think about the 4 different categories I mentioned, that the public, the local preference then allows our local developers to at least come to the table with some equity. So,
Okay. All right. I don't think I have any questions at the moment. I am really struggling with this one. It's one that I'm definitely having just, I think just the inability to figure out the implementation and to figure out that's something that I'm just really having a tough time with. But I'll see if anything else comes up. Thank you. I'll yield the floor.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilor.
I would just like to state that what Mr. Brown said and to Councilor Cassett, if we don't do anything, then this just will go out to bid. And then there would be no guarantee of anything, and there would be no criteria for local builder points or anything. So it will move to sale because this is ready to sell. And so, you know, we did try to control the future, but that would have kept the city involved for many years implementing. And so in order not to have that, so that the city could move on, and because local builders expressed an interest of being able to compete in a high dollar price tag, that's why we created this, to give them a little bit of a footing for competition. That's really the intent of this resolution. So we did not focus on the future and the future control because it would keep the city's involvement for much too long than what the original intent of selling the land was in the first place.
Councilor Garcia,
Move to approve.
is there a second?
Second.
I have a few questions. Councilor Garcia, did you have something else?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Cassett, for kind of walking through the mechanics, because I think when we heard this in finance, that was certainly one of the pieces that was, I don't think anybody disagrees with the spirit of what you're trying to do. It's the implementation or the way you carry it out. And I think that's been part of the struggle, as you've alluded to, how to do it in a way that, we get something for what we're giving up, which is the general fund dollars. And I guess I'm sort of curious, Director Brown, when local preferences are given, aren't they given to stimulate the economy, particularly when it may be depressed locally? And I guess my question too is, like, it's my understanding that development is booming in this town for everybody. And so I don't know why we would need to incentivize when everybody has more work than they probably can do. Is that the wrong way to think about this?
No, Madam Chair, I will defer to the city attorney about local preferences and the general avenue of procurement. Local preferences come into that play too. But this is a land sale. And so the local preference, I think, from Council Vio Coppler's standpoint in the resolution that she's sponsoring, yes, there's construction boom in the city, in the county, in the state. There is definitely that. I think what the spirit of this resolution is about making sure that our local builders and developers have an opportunity to respond to this public notice. And so you're right, it is sort of an incentive, but at the same time, it is a great way to make sure that that our builders and developers come to the table, whether it's just by themselves or with others. And I suspect that local developers and builders will probably have what I call syndicate to make this deal work, but they will want to take a lead there. And I think to the real estate and home builder community, this is a great way to help them in the way to just make sure we can stimulate the economy long term, if I had to give you an answer to that question.
And I guess just to add on to that, Madam Chair, I think the policy basis would have to be similar to the procurement code, which is to allow our local folks to have, an advantage for the purposes of a strong local economy. So a local builder would have that same advantage under our existing procurement code if we're purchasing building services for a city project right now. So despite the strong construction economy, we would still be giving that type of a builder the advantage under the procurement code. So it would still be analogous with that advantage that we're offering in the procurement code.
I just lost my train of thought. Sorry. I got my booster shot today and my brain is just not working the way it should. Yeah, I've lost my train of thought. Yeah. Totally gone. All right. That's all I have for now. I'll keep looking at this. Are there other questions, other discussion on the motion? If not, let's do a roll call.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
okay, Madam Chair, do you want to do that now or after?
No, we do it at the end.
Okay. And Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
motion passes.
Accept my vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Madam Chair Melworth.
I vote no, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Okay.
So Councilor Cassett, to explain your vote.
Thank you. I'm still really struggling with this. I really like the concept and I think that there's a lot, I'd like to continue talking about it over the next week. Getting some information from some of the other cities that have done this and figuring out what that has looked like. Has it worked? Did they, trying to kind of wrap my head around this a little bit more. I'm more than happy to send it to governing body for further discussion, but I think that might help in kind of understanding what this impact could potentially look like. And if there are examples that we could take from other cities that have already been working on this and maybe have figured out in a way that we just haven't seen. I know that you guys have spent a lot of time looking at it, but you never know what fresh brains and from other places sometimes figure out. So I'll continue to gnaw on this one, but I'm still struggling with it. I don't know if I'll be able to support it at governing body, but I'm definitely willing to continue looking at this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I voted no, and for the same reasoning. I will continue to look at this and get more information and see if I can better understand, some of the questions I have and when my brain is thinking better. So I'm a no, but I'm open to further conversation and willing to have it go to the governing body for that. All right, so with that, we go on to our last item, and that is item AB. And AB is a request for approval of the agreement between the City of Santa Fe and the Santa Fe Community Foundation establishing a Giving Circle Fund, the Chart Fund, to receive funds and contributions from private and charitable community foundations designated for culture, history, art, reconciliation, truth, to support related projects, initiatives held at the Santa Fe Community Foundation. And let's see, who pulled this item? Councilor Garcia, I believe you pulled this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Kamiyama, for sticking with us so long. I just got a quick question for you. What do we anticipate this $10,000 or any additional resources be used for? I mean, I know that we, gave ARPA Life a good chunk of money. This is another source of resources for this process. So if you can help just clarify for me this, I'd be grateful.
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, great question. This will actually allow us and the community foundations to raise additional funds to help after the chart process and the recommendations. So whatever the recommendations that come forth from the community-centered process that comes before the governing body, those would then have a source of funding. And again, being from the various community foundations, both locally, as well as leveraging some of that for national. This is definitely something I think that will be a national model. And that would be used not to supplement the current chart consultant team budget, but to actually look forward again to after the 12 months period is over and what recommendations come forth.
Thank you for that clarification. So what control would this city have over these resources? I mean, my question is, so I'm going to put a hypothetical out there. Let's say there's recommendations put forth next summer. The governing body doesn't want to move forward with those recommendations. Would then the community foundation be able to say, well, we've got the resources, we're going to head that direction anyway? I mean, ultimately, is it because we're the owners of the chart process that we're involved? Why are we getting involved in this?
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, we are involved because it is our project as a city project. However, for example, Thornburg Foundation is really behind a community-centered process, and having a fund held with the community foundation allows fundraising to happen. And if there is so the Santa Fe Community Foundation will not be able just to use the money however they want. There is an advisory, which is connected to the city, which is our department. By resolution, both the Arts and Culture Department and the Community Engagement Department were the two departments. So that is the advisory fund. So there will always be a link to the city and a partnership with the funders, both private as well as charitable organizations.
Okay, but the anticipation, this is not going to be expended until we're done with this first year, and then.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Director Kamiyama. No other questions, Madam Chair. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilor Garcia, second by Councilwoman Villarreal. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cassett,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion
All right,
passes.
we have made it through the consent agenda. We have no action items. We have no presentations. We have no executive session. Matters from staff. No matters from staff.
Madam Chair,
Matters-
no matters from staff.
Thank you, Director Brown. Matters from the committee. Matters from the chair. There's not even a next meeting scheduled because we're at the end of the year. So I think we're approving our schedule for 2022 next week at the governing body meeting. So we will see you all next week. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.